Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
Your every move in both your home and the outside world is under constant surveillance by a criminal elite who operate above the law. As we are constantly under the microscope, their activities remain in the shadows. Obama extended diplomatic immunity to Interpol with Executive Order 12,425.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
We will incarcerate people preventively. Preventive incarceration. Indefinite detention without trial. That's what this is. We're not prosecuting them for past crimes, but we need to keep them in prison because of our expectation of their future crimes.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
Policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent. A police officer is a dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of police state. The police officer is a dangerous and practiced adversary to anyone who stands in the way of police state.
Every day in America, police cross the line and abuse citizens. Every day in America, police get away with that.
This handheld device called the Range R can see through walls. It's already in the hands of dozens of police departments across the country.
Stand by your back. Stand by your back. Stand by your back.
The policeman is definitely no longer your friend. He's your opponent.
All of us need to demand a Congress brave enough to stand up to the gun lobby's lies.
Hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of the metaverse, digital drug addicts, and the offended and the offensive. I am Axis Ratblood, American Satan Rising, and you are participating in my endeavors. Have some things that might be of interest to some, to others. Probably wouldn't make two shits of a difference to you. Not that I think that you come here for any other purpose than amusement. But you only have 2 weeks left for that. And then all your amusement here is gone. Unless something massively profound happens and I need to open all four of my platforms up to higher level rituals and launch my intent across the frequencies, your proxy consciousness, and infiltrate your most sacred space, your mind. After tonight's prayer, which I opened the shows up with since April 1st, or at least have them in the show, I am going to apply the profound parody of the 10 evil tenets or anti-commandments and how these are basically just general ways to conduct yourself, as I've seen on YouTube. And as I was going over them, I was like, huh, wow. So you guys aren't really much different than me. Whenever I read these, I think you'll at least know 2, 3, maybe 4 dozen channels, people, commenters that hold these tenets to be viable to the presence in YouTube. It was astounding. But besides the point at the moment. I also got a considerable amount of information exchanged over telephone. Yeah, there's still a telephone attached to your smartphone, the one you watch YouTube on. And some information that's highly useful. And I did my summoning ritual last night. And the most rewarding part of that is the information that I received from the energies with personalities, entities, nothing that you would define by Judeo-Christianity or even defined by common practiced religions. I mean, there's no association, nor are these entities even remotely associated, or energies with personalities. Disembodied, whatever they are. I'll leave it up to you to speculate. But the information that I gather and the foresight that I get cannot be identified or found on YouTube, on TikTok that I found. I couldn't find anything. Rumble, I looked around. Even, Google, a couple other search engines I had. And it's just not there. But it is absolutely applicable. which is confounding. So I got a hold of Professor Kent Young and threw some of it by him. And he was perplexed. So I figure, seeing since he didn't call the paddy wagon on me to drag me off to some facility, but was rather intrigued, it must have at least sparked his interest. But with that said, let us start the show with a prayer.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Okay, let us go ahead and start this off with the anti-commandments or the anti-tenets of those who endeavor into darkness and do not define themselves, but have liberated themselves from guilt, shame, when you release yourself from the prison of restriction and trying to meet others' expectations, you will find yourself with a state of guilt, shame, feelings of inadequacy, even the whole dick swinging pissing contest concept, or how one girl will try to compete against another. But when you liberate yourself from all these things, especially indoctrination and all these world religions and philosophies, you will find that you no longer concern yourself with such things. And you will find that your journeys into contentment start to really become fulfilling and enhanced. But anyhow, the anti-tenets or the anti-commandments. And as I read these, know that these are tenets of those who endeavor to be liberated. But it applies, like I said, to probably more than 2/3 of the people that you've encountered on YouTube and their behavior. So I'm also calling these now the YouTube tenets or the YouTube commandments. The first one is, you shall commit adultery. Now, with that, I'm sure that many of you have seen the innuendo slung across panels and chat conversations, even to married women. And I thought, damn, You shall steal. And when I seen content creators taking other content creators' ideals and their content and utilizing it for themselves, which is in abundance, I then understood, yes, this is applicable to YouTube. And then the dishonor your mother and father. And when I think of some of the characters that have presented themselves on YouTube, I truly recognize that they have become a dishonor to their mothers and fathers. And yes, you shall bear false witness, which I don't think I really have to go too far in explaining how that works on YouTube. As a matter of fact, I think that should be moved up the list as applied to YouTube anti-commandments or tenets. Forget the Sabbath, to retain it to be unholy. And then when I see people broadcast for monetary gain on the Sabbath, they're working and they're endeavoring into work for monetary gain. So that is a complete bastardization of the Sabbath. So they are not keeping the Sabbath so that it remains unholy. You shall kill. Well, as many times as my life has been threatened on YouTube, and as many times as I have witnessed on these panels, the panelists getting into arguments and threatening each other's lives, and some of them so pathetically stupid that they actually point weapons across the panel at each other or out towards the metaverse. So that is another anti-tenet that is kept true by YouTube. You shall have other gods before me. Well, with that one, that's pretty much self-evident. You have devoted yourself to the internet, to the metaverse, to your phone, to YouTube, to platforms, all your digital endeavors, feed your dopamine, your constant conviction to whatever it is that you spend your time worshiping on the metaverse, the internet, and all these devices, even the binge watching of movies could take place of a single supreme deity. Wow. You shall not covet. But the anti-tenet is you shall covet. Man, have I seen coveting. I have seen coveting in ways that still confound me. I mean, really, Everybody's jealous of everybody. Everybody wants what each other has, and if they have it, they will flaunt it, and others will covet it. So there's another anti-commandment that is kept by YouTube. And then, yes, you shall make idols. Well, I don't think I have to go too far with the groupthink on that. I mean, the way that some of these individuals are given homage to, you would think that they were idols, almost a Palkadian type of idol. So there you go, there's idols. So you shall make idols. And then you shall give false testimony, which is an anti-tenet. And I've seen more false testimony on YouTube than I think I have in a Christian church. Almost. And that I'm sure you can identify with. But if you have questions, concerns, or you're even remotely intrigued by this, I will drop the link out there. And we can definitely address each other. Callie. Oh, you know you're always welcome up, Callie. You are my muse. So there are your anti-tenets, your anti-commandments, which seem to be practiced and personified on YouTube as a common endeavor, daily, hourly, constantly. Did I drop the link out there, Callie? I thought I did. Hold on. Let me make sure I get the link out there. Just having to do research during the day after doing my ritualistic behavior in the evening, or my evening, seems to be a little taxing. So I endeavored into my medicine cabinet and began to look through it for something that may alleviate some of this exposure to the day and to bring me into a subtler state of hate, contempt, and just absolute disgust. Callie, poopers will. Never get it. You got that right, Callie. I've seen London Man, or KJV, London McLondon, or McLovin, did another social weirdo experiment. And it was about Stephen and you. So I immediately, after looking at the chat for a few moments, intervened with a statement. Just emojis of heart 100% on each side of your name. And people stop talking about you completely. And the stream ended fairly abruptly. Hello, my muse.
What's up, Mr. Axis?
Oh, just endeavoring into another evening of ritualistic behavior. And I don't know if you got to catch
Another
yesterday.
ritual? Tuesday night
Well,
ritual?
no, I had to, after Cage's performance.
From that night when I talked with Singular? That was the last time you talked to Cage, right?
Yeah. I went ahead and amplified the ceremony into a Luciferian, Saturnalian type of L, and the time consumer, the time eater, the god of death, the consumer of opposition, Kronos as aspect, Saturn L, the black cube, the dark sun. And I invoked many things. But that was yesterday's beginning of the stream, because today we are in the beginning of the
Year.
latter half.
This is the
No, the
beginning of
latter.
the year.
It's
This is the
actually,
new beginning
yeah,
of the
but
year. It wasn't January 1st. This is the new
April
beginning.
1st is my new
April
year.
1st is the new, not not after April 20th, after Easter. Jesus is coming back.
Who?
Jesus is coming back to life.
Who?
JC.
Um, I don't know about,
Unfamiliar. You're unfamiliar. It's not in your.
Jesus. Um,
The Jesus
Jesus
character.
actually in Greek means to heal Zeus. And Zeus comes from a group of people that I have very little to no use for, thus the Roman and Greek Empire. And
So to you, is Jesus like an actor, like just a character? How do you define Jesus?
Jesus was a political ploy that was brought in by the state of Rome under Constantine II by history, accepted as a state religion, edited by the Council of Nicaea, and began the first Catholic Church, or the first Church of Rome. And from
But to
there,
you, Jesus is real, right? The character Jesus did exist, right?
what? Who?
Or was it made up, make believe, a fairy tale?
No, apparently the Romans believed in Zeus pretty heavy, who was supposed to have been the escaped son of Kronos, the only son of Kronos that escaped, until later points. But that was, the Roman gods, and then you had, prior to them, you had the Titans, and then you had the Greek gods, and so on and so forth, and they all have actual tie-ins to pagan origins. And if you believe that a bunch of staunch-ass, uh, Euro-looking Romans 300 years, especially after the fact, wasn't using that book as a political ploy, and they did use
The
it to
Bible is the
conquer
political
other.
ploy, you're saying?
The New Testament, absolutely. The Old Testament was stolen. That was not actual factual Hebrew information. As a matter of fact, Israel split over the Yah and the El. The Yah was a pre-Semitic god of storms and great earth shakings. And then El was Saturn. And they worked very hard to remove any connection from Yah and El away from the Old Testament or the Torah. But what they actually worship and what they actually read is the Tanakh and the Kabbalah. And they know for themselves that the Torah and all that gathered information come from compiled information from civilizations that they were enslaved under. But the New Testament was absolutely used as Roman
So are you saying
propaganda.
there's more truth in the New Testament than the Old Testament?
No, I'm saying there's more history outside of the Semitic understanding of what Judaism today that is factual, as as compared to what they identify in the New Testament from the Council of Nicaea. That was edited.
Okay.
That was like having a newspaper editor going, well, we got to edit this lest these fanatic zealots, now that they're a state religion, aren't able to retain and control themselves. And therefore, we shall also put the Church of Rome in place, and we shall set out to conquer other lands, and especially after Martin Luther got a hold of the new text in Britain, and he
Yeah.
made his own version, and then they had the occupation of Africa, the Spaniards and Mesoamerica, the British, into the
Yeah.
northern territories and to the Americas and Australia by the Brit. I mean,
Yeah.
it,
Yeah, I know you explain, but the thing is, like most people, they indoctrined in that Christian belief system because they're born into it, like you, and I wasn't. I'm
I'm
Hindu, I'm
fucking
Indian,
liberated from that shit.
so I
I
didn't get
think that
immersed in that Christianity. That was new to me until I came to United States and started understanding. But I haven't even, to be honest, I haven't even read the Bible, so I wasn't immersed in it in childhood, and you were, right? So there's a difference in
um
that.
yeah, I was very resistant, and then I went into my personal
But when
endeavors,
you introduce me
infiltrating
that
churches
childhood,
and
it
stuff.
kind of leaves like I
Oh,
feel
it
like
builds
it
guilt,
like a
shame,
deep.
um,
Hmm.
lack of self-esteem, constant state
Hmm.
of conviction. It's horrible.
So even if you go against it, it's still in your system, basically. Do you agree or you're not? You don't agree.
I always used it as a point of reference because as I had an omnious stance, it was a resource. The same way that uh, Mormonism or Roman Catholicism or
Hmm.
Hinduism or Buddhism or Taoism,
Hmm.
it's just a resource in my
Yeah.
comprehended
Yeah, I'm not trying to
compilation or
like judge. I'm not
compendium.
saying like even Hinduism is very new agey. It can be very new age. It is, the whole religion can be looked at just same thing as Christian, right?
Well, the
Just
Western
because I
version of
grew
it,
up with, I was born into the Hinduism, even though it wasn't enforced on me like heavily. I
right?
was born in that environment, right?
Sure. But the
So,
Western concept of their trinity, or even if you go with just a monotheistic God, India and Hinduism has aspects. You guys have millions of gods. Well, at least a million that is accountable for. And most of them are aspects of each other. You know,
Mhm.
Vishnu being an aspect of Brahma, Brahma being brought about by the aspect of Shiva, the many different aspects of Kali. You know, I
They
understand that
complement
thinking.
each other. It's not that on their own they're personified as their own. In it's almost like it's like they're getting each from each other, benefiting from each other
But
to make
Western
their
culture
own. Hmm.
doesn't think like that, Callie.
Hmm.
I'm sure you've been exposed to enough Western
Yeah.
culture now to know that they don't think like that.
Hmm. Yeah, it's a silent thing. It's not like a brag. Like the Western culture is almost like a brag, like me. I'm the best. Where in the Indian culture, they're embracing their own selves by bringing other energies, helping them, right? The
Well,
deities.
what did Christianity do to any type of tribal society that had functioned quite well without the influence of the Bible? They destroyed them. The tribal nations in Africa,
Hmm.
the tribal
But
nations
also,
here in.
Hinduism has been watered down, so it has become like Christianity. So a lot of people will say they won't really like understand the real. Um, they'll just say, "Oh, you're New Agey. You're just like a Christian New Age. Just it's all religions are the same, right?"
Well, those are what I would consider to be boastful Hindus. I noticed that the Naga, the Sikh, they generally keep to themselves and they don't speak much about their belief system to anybody, especially in the West. And the Naga, as you know, are very
Yeah, I mean the Sikhs even separate
removed.
themselves from the Hindus. Do you know that the Sikhs
Yes,
don't?
yes, the
They
breakfoot.
even though it's very similar, Sikhs and Hindus, but they still don't categorize them as the same. You know.
Yeah, and the Naga are even further removed. But
Hmm.
they're not out to, you know, I guess, spectacularize their religion, their beliefs, their philosophy, or their understanding. These people, such as myself, endeavor to embody and encompass that aspect, to utilize it as a tool or a sense of
Hmm.
being able to develop or to understand broader concepts.
Hmm. They're not aggressive to me. To me, I may be wrong, but like Christian, how aggressively they try to promote their religion and bring recruit other people.
Yeah,
I
I
guess
fucking
sell
despise
where
Christians.
I in if you don't hear that in like Sikhism or
Oh no,
Hinduism,
no,
even
no,
Hinduism,
no,
even
no.
though they would say Hinduism is like a new age, watered down, it's just one of those religions where it's basically just Christianity. It's just the word Hinduism, right? But basically the
Well,
same thing.
until you start getting into like the Vedas and you start doing research into the Vedas and the gods, the Vimana, Krishna, uh, how the gods warred with each other and utilized demons, and even there was the army that was gathered up because you mentioned the monkey people. That was an army that was gathered to retrieve I believe, if I'm not mistaken, it was Brahmas. Uh,
Brahmins are the most enlightened.
yeah, the monkey army, the simian human, um, was that army was gathered up, I believe it was by Brahma, to retrieve his wife where she had been taken from him. If I recall particular that
What was
particular,
taken? Say that again. The
it was Brahma's wife, I believe.
mm.
I don't think it was Vishnu's. I think it was Brahma's wife,
Sita?
and yeah, and then the the monkey people were developed, and
Hanuman?
they went,
Yeah.
yeah, to go
Hmm.
retrieve Brahma's wife. Yeah, I was just
Yeah,
reviewing that story not too long ago.
it almost was kind of like soap opera if you think of it.
Yeah,
The saga of the dynamics, the family that
yeah, and then
but
when you get
that
into the
it's
Rig Vedas,
yeah.
there's a lot of hidden mathematics, geometry. There's a lot of philosophy. There's a lot of structure, technology. Then you start getting into like the Mahabharata and
Mahabharat,
you know,
Ramayana,
yeah,
those are all
and
like
all
sagas. Yeah.
yeah, and then Shiva. I mean, Shiva has a very rich story.
But do you think
And,
it goes more advanced and way back than like Emerald of Thought or like even like Egyptian, like the timeline? Like that's the thing they've like the timeline to me is, for me it's confusing. So what came first? Was it Hinduism, or was it like
well, according
what
to
was it?
according to the timeline, as recorded by the text in the Hindu text, is you go through the four cycles, the yuga cycles, and it repeats. And this has been going on longer than when the Egyptians occupied uh, where the main pyramids are. Not the ziggurats, not the ones they built, but the actual pyramids and the Sphinx that was there when they came into the land. And yeah, absolutely. I wholeheartedly believe that the Vedas, the Rig Vedas, the Mahabharata, the concept of the gods warring, definitely was.
Because the way
Uh,
I understand it, the Bhagavad Gita was written before our physical existence, because we were here as energy, and the book
yes,
is written. So even all the gods and goddesses, they weren't physically there, like in their body form, but it was all energy, right?
yeah, they were aspects with personalities.
Mm-hmm.
That was prana, pure prana, with
Mm-hmm.
an aspect of a personality. Yeah, absolutely. And there is those that are, and I hate to even parallel the two, but in Christianity you had the sons of God, which existed before the creation of Adam, and they were supposed to have been more divine and more, according to Christian belief, they were more like God's image. And then whenever he made, Adam and Eve, it was almost as if they were
So
golems,
do you think they
and
were
he
like
put his spirit.
advanced beings that other humans would learn? They would be leading them.
I have a whole different understanding of advanced. Um, See, I was even though I went into all the religions and the endeavors that I did, learning all these, the Mormons and secret societies and the fucking Catholics and the Seventh Day Advent, all these different religions and stuff. I held my first true ordainment was as a satanic. I was a deacon in a satanic
What's a deacon?
temple.
Can you explain that?
It's underneath a priest. It's
Okay.
on your way to priesthood, and I wound
So if
up
you're a deacon, you
completely.
can be a priest. You just have to do a few things
I
to get
am.
to.
Yeah. I have. That's what. If you look at yesterday's ritual I done, whenever I placed the token of El or Saturn or Kronos, and then decided I'd put the token that I was given to get into the Satanic Temple. And as long as I have that token, I'm recognized as a priest, high priest of the adversarial church, especially the Temple on Knox.
So would you say
Which
you're a
is,
high priest? Access.
I instated it. Yes, I instated it the day that the 13th, the day that we all interacted. That's why I was very comfortable in amping up the ritualistic behavior in a retaliatory way because I gave fair warning.
Who understands the fair warning? The judgments they don't even see. They look at you as Satanist demon. When to me, if a Christian is far worse than you are. That's why I don't get it.
Well, I don't apply myself anymore, and especially now, to
And the
any.
judgments are harsh. I mean, you do have a lot of hate from people, especially the
Well, that's
Christians and also the non-Christians. But even the non-Christians, they have the same kind of judgments as a Christian. That's what the thing is. They say they're
that's
not
fine.
Christian, but their judgments are just like a Christian person, you know.
Well, let them judge. Let them say what they will. It
Especially when
does
you're going
not.
through a grieving process with your son, like they don't, because they don't share anything private or personal. And then just because you revealed your, you don't give a shit. You can show yourself like shooting up rat blood, all kinds of stuff. There's people out there like, but they won't even like expose themselves. But then they'll be pointing fingers at you, that you on the wrong, like you're like a demon, a demon. They call you a demon.
Hmm.
And
Yeah,
you don't
I
even talk
think I.
about butt sex. You don't talk about boobs. You don't flirt with women online. But yet you're like hated, right? Just because your son, which you couldn't even control that, because on this place, you can't, there's a lot of things you can't control, even if it's your son, right? But then they dog you over that shit, you know? And
Well,
then somebody like me
that's
comes and
why
they're
I'm.
like, oh, I'm protecting a demon. And I'm like, no, I'm just being understanding because this place is fucking evil. Everything here is, there is no black and white. There's a lot of gray area. So you're the fucking fool for not critically thinking. You're the idiot. Like, you need to fucking
Well,
sit back and fucking think a little bit before you say anything, you stupid fuck.
right? But they're not liberated. They're bound by shame, guilt.
And they're listening right now,
Um,
and they're recording for content for their show because they have nothing else to do. They have nothing else to fucking do because they have no fucking imagination in their own fucking mind, and they're trying to fucking create content by listening to us talk and then create content for their own fucking shit, right?
let them. I'm not going to reveal any information to them that will benefit them in their endeavors and struggles to be liberated of mind.
Yeah,
You
and
know,
they
I will
taught
not.
me that they know me and they know you inside out when they've never even been in our lives. Have they been in your life and your son and gone through the experience? No, but they holding that harsh judgment and they bring other people so they can form like an alliance kind of thing so they can all lash out at you. You know, it's insane, Axis.
It is,
That's why I
and
don't get.
I removed myself from it. And whenever I decided on the 13th to reinstate, my priesthood to the adversarial throne, or the Lord of this world, or the God of death, it was to imply the death of their influence. It liberated me from them. Now, to me, they
But they
are.
talk like they have more morality than you. Well, it's quite the opposite.
Well, that's why I read the anti commandments or the anti tenets just a second ago, and every one of them applied to the behavior on YouTube. Every one of them.
Yeah, they'll say, "Oh, I'm supporting like you know, since your son murdered," but nobody knows the exact. This world is so, it's not black and white. Even the cops are fucking evil. So you don't know exactly this whole story. So for you to even just start accusing, oh, Rat Blood's a bad dad. Look what he did. Like, look at his son. He killed a
Well,
cop. Like, how dare he kill a fucking cop, right?
how do they
Like,
know that
how
I haven't
dare?
killed?
Like, cops are not bad. They're just like good people, right, Axis?
I don't think so.
No, they're not. Exactly. But they're so fucking close minded that they will put you fucking in the corner and build up a lot of other people to gang up on you, without even actually really thinking. That's the thing.
Well,
And then if I'm talking to you, then I'm all supportive. I'm a Satanist. Oh, she's evil. Like, look at her. She's showing her true colors. Like, look, she's coming to the Axis rat blood. She probably drinks rat blood and she probably injects herself with rat blood and all this shit, right? Because
guilt
they're
by
fucking so,
association is one of
their
their
mind is so
deficiencies.
close-minded. They haven't experienced a lot of things in their life, so they have these small-minded assumptions.
Well, that's why I said these people aren't one in
And they're
the
listening right
industry.
now and they're recording it for content for their show because they're not even fucking creative. They're making content of this shit that we're talking about because for it kind of like makes me like, what the fuck is wrong with people? I don't
Well,
fucking
these
know
are.
you. Why the fuck do you want to know my business? What I do, where I live, who I'm with? I don't even want to fuck with you. So what the fuck are you coming after me for this shit, right?
Well, that's why they are on the lesser side, or the profaned or unrecognized realms of YouTube. They are not, by any shapes of the mean, would they be accepted into, the entertainment industry, or even that social arena. These are what we consider to be the consumer, visual consumers, audio consumers.
Mm-hmm.
These are the general Joe public,
And they're
and this
feeding
is
off
the
the
way.
drama, and even the host will go on the chat room because engage because the chat room is pretty docile and dormant, so they'll try to instigate the chat room to like to throw to so they can participate in the hate. Do you know what I mean?
Well, that's why I liberated myself from them. And I'm serious whenever I made that recommitment. I don't even see them as being a viable species. They are a mass of the offended.
Mm-hmm.
And that's as far as they will ever go.
Even people who have been my friends, they're like condescending because I'm friends with you. They've sided. They're like, you know, which I want to do what I want to do, right? Access.
You
I don't want to be
should.
controlled. Who I have to be friends with, who I have to like that. That to me doesn't feel good. So.
Well, no, and that was a part of the principle of how all this started was Cage demanded that I remove that summoning circle from my floor because of Casey and the other guy, Boston. And I refused. And he absolutely went fucking ape shit crazy, demanding me to remove it when that's a part of my religious
Mhm.
and spiritual endeavors. And that's what really started
Yeah,
this, is
you can
because
be
he said if
controlled by
I
these
don't
fucking
remove
idiots.
it,
If you, that's yeah, exactly.
he was going to fuck with the AI model, which is the only thing that he could do, you know. And I didn't remove it. I continued forward. And once he fucked with the AI model, I began the blood rituals. And
Mhm.
then when he deleted the AI model on the 13th, that's whenever I took on my priesthood, and that's when I started to invoke entities and pre-dawn energies with personalities aspects. He came to attack. Well, in his attack, he disarmed himself, and then incriminated himself. And then when I told him the one thing not to do to save his ass, he did it before I even shut the stream down. So I warned you, just the same as I warned Bex and JG, and at least Casey come up and apologize. So I absolved her. You know, she
Yeah.
apologized.
I mean,
I
I've been
took
on
her
your
out of
show.
this
I
place.
just don't get the creep factor from you. Like a lot other shows I've been on, I just get that creep factor, the fakery. So.
Well, what you see is what you get.
Mhm.
I mean, I am what I am. I am that I am, and the substance that makes me, the personification that I project and give to people, is from the most pure aspect
But the
of.
thing is that a lot of people attack you on this panel versus you as a Satanist because your son also what he did. So they put you in when they don't even know like what, like for me, I don't think like you have to look more into because they look at everything black and white, right? And the law, to me, even cops, I don't trust cops at all.
Fuck
So
no,
there's a lot of gray
no.
areas. So instead of accusing you of, oh, you're a bad father, how dare you raise your kid like that? Look what your kid did. He murdered a cop. Like how a cop on top
It
of that? Like how?
a cop.
So
It was a
people
cop's
like that, like
dad.
oh my god, like even maybe his daughter is even a bad. Like you have a good relationship even with your daughter, so they completely character assassinate your complete
That
character, right? Without even knowing you in real life, not talking to you, not knowing your situation, but they 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 create this kind of drama for you, and they keep talking about it, putting it online, having other people participate in it, and it's to me it's like the like the most evil kind of way of doing something of somebody you don't even know. There's a difference. Maybe you know each other in real life. You know each other like personally. You met in your human body form. But to do this on the internet, it's like crazy.
Well, it liberated me from them. So now, instead of restraining myself and consider them just the misinformed or the malintent, now
I mean, they're not even
now
letting you
I will
grieve
go
because your
after
son just
them
died. I mean, they are
with
you do.
such a high
Are you saying they're
spiritual
not even letting you
intensity.
grieve? They're making you look like you're a very bad parent, and these people are not even parents, also, but they're judging you. People who have
Let
not
them,
even had kids in their own life, but they're judging you.
let them. I mean, really, because if I come in contact with them being in any way malice or contemptuous to me, then that gives me freedom of reign as a liberated servant of the Lord of this earth to invoke anything, I mean, from the realms of demon, which are not
And it's
Christian
typical. The
demons,
stupid stalker sanity machine is putting it as content what we're talking about right now, just because you can put it on a show. He already did an early live show, but he's stalking us so he can put content and put shit on,
well,
talk shit
he's
about both of us.
in
So he's putting it on his
trouble.
show. He hardly has any followers. He's fucking like a stupid little idiot. He has no creativity, and he's now recording this shit that we're talking for his own show. And I don't even want to be a part of it. Access, like, I just noticed
Well,
he started his show just to record us, so to listen to us, so he
well,
could
good.
talk about
Hold on,
shit
Callie.
about us, put it on his
Hold on.
chat, talk shit about us. The fucking
Hold on,
shithead.
Callie. Whenever I said that 13th, exactly what I was going to do, I followed through with it the next day. D helped me. And D helped me today. That's why I've been up having to deal with sunlight.
Like, I'm like, go
Um,
get a suntan, get rid of your potato sack body, get rid of that potato sack body, go get a workout, stop wearing your fucking Skechers and your stupid fucking ball cap, and get the fuck out of other people's lives. Go do your own shit.
he doesn't have a life.
Yeah.
He has
Stop
nothing
stalking
truly
people.
to
Stop
offer.
fucking. I don't even give a shit. You're recording my shit right now when I'm talking to you, and you think I'm following you? No, you're stalking us. You piece of shit. You fucking
Well,
scumbag.
get him. I mean, let it out,
I
Callie.
all
I
I
don't
said
mind.
was I said he had a fragrance obsession, and we used to go in a show, he used to say, "Kali, Kali, where are you? Where are you? Kali,
Yeah.
Kali."
Well, that
Like
was
a
put up on
weirdo. I'm like,
London's.
fuck that shit. Like, I would just fucking stop talking to him, and he would be like, what the fuck? Where did she go? And then and then he'll say, oh, she's old, menopausal, all this fucking shit. When all his fucking followers are old fucking bitches who have no life, and they just follow him, and buy his stupid art, basically.
Did you see the parody on London's McLovin's
Yeah, I
or
saw that, but he only
Jason?
puts partial of it. He doesn't put all of it because he doesn't want to be caught in how his behavior was. So he shows like part of it. He doesn't show how, because he doesn't want to be at fault, you know? So he'll
Oh,
only
he's
show like a
ashamed of
little partial
himself.
of it, like how his behavior is. So he'll show partial of it. Oh, they're stalking me. No, you fucking stalking people. You're the one who's stalking people, you scumbag. Now you're making a show. You already made a show earlier, but just because I'm talking to you, you're making another show just because you can get all your fucking old women, your old menopausal women geared up so you can make, and you're saying you're not grifting, but you do. The thing is with YouTube is he's not grifting for money, but he wants that popularity because you can still get money off of YouTube by the amount of views and interactions. That's why he interacts a lot also on the chat because nobody else is interacting. He's writing thesis on the chat to wire up the chat, you know, to get that hate.
Well, that seems like a very sad existence.
Hmm.
I'm
It
not
is really
interested.
sad. Your whole life is just based on that. You know, you even go on out on a walk and talk, but you're still talking about your haters. It's pretty sad.
Well, I did make real world moves after the 13th, and I did make, etheric moves after the 13th, and I made metaversal moves after the 13th. That's why she came, I stayed up even after the sun rose so we could make phone calls. And then today we were making more phone calls. And I gave
Yeah, I'm just
timestamp.
reading one of the haters, like this salty siren. She never shows her face. She's just a big online chat. She's been all over the place. She's been on so many different panels before she came to the Sanity, but she has so much to say. And right now she's saying she teases you because you say endeavors.
Mm-hmm.
So they tease you on that. So they're so childish. It's freaking like high school bullshit. Like, cut that out, you stupid bitch. Both of you,
Well,
like, stop stalking us. I'm not even talking about you, but you're making a show just because me and you are talking right now.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah, they're making a
they're
show basically because he doesn't even have a lot of followers. He used to have a lot of followers even a year ago, but now he doesn't get anything. So when somebody like me and you come on the show, that's like freaking money for him. He's like, "Oh yeah, like salty. Let's just start talking shit about these people. We don't even know. We don't even know them personally, but we're just gonna shit on them, right?"
okay. Well, Callie, let me tell you what I done. Um, I did give my mental health case manager uh, the timestamps, and he has access to my channel and my videos, and he is aware of the Sanity Machine, Illumitami, and they can't track JG down. They are aware of Bex, um, and now they're aware of Cage, and they're contributing factors to the duress that I suffered trying to grieve my son, but wasn't able to. And now the cold indifference, the lack of empathy, and the disdain that has developed from that, and the amount of damage it done to me, uh, is being taken very serious in the real world now. And as far as Cage goes, yes, there is a cannabis cultivation. Um, it's the cannabis cultivation. Uh, fuck, my lawyer got a hold of
They're
the
just
information.
eavesdropping, and they're gonna character assassinating. They already started access. I don't even want to talk that. I mean, for me, he's just like a big potato sack. I don't give a shit about him. So I don't even give a shit. Two shits. I don't even want to talk about that shithead. The big
Well,
potato
anyhow,
sack.
the
He needs to get the
cannabis.
big suntan. Get a fucking suntan. Get some freaking lose some weight. Stop eating the fucking sweet stuff so you can get off of those big eye bags off of your under eye black circles that you have under your eyes. So you're not all that. Share your age, tell everyone your age instead of attacking people after finding out their age and all that shit. Like, you show your true self, show your true colors, take out that bald cap. Let's see your real head, your real forehead, everything, full 360, and then we can talk.
Well, the cannabis cultivation licensing has guidelines. They have bylaws to that, and people that cultivate cannabis in Canada, the Canadian cannabis or Canadian cannabis cultivating license, however it's fucking maple syrup. There are they open themselves up to guidelines, and Cage said that he had been, doing it for 10 years. Uh, he never once said anything in his distribution is exactly what he said for his product. Um, he hasn't ever mentioned once, uh, keeping a levy on the taxes, how much he's selling. Um, is he even taking taxes out? And then the other part of it is, has he had anybody from the department come out like they're supposed to and inspect his growth, his plants, how many, and how much he's selling? And you know, there's a lot of guide or bylaws and guidelines that you have to follow when you're cultivating cannabis
Mm-hmm.
in Canada. And I found out that yeah, so and that's the same with the hate speech and
Yeah, the
causing
hate speech, it's
somebody.
going on right now in the chat. I mean, they're talking about us right now as we're speaking, Access. They even saying, I'm reading the chat. So if they're watching us, then I'm gonna shit on them. Fuck off, you stupid salty bitch.
Well, I already shit on him in the real world, and there's going to be repercussions. I don't know whether that will
Like, you
be.
don't fucking know me. I don't know you in real life, so don't. Just because I said some, like a little thing, like you have an obsession about fragrance and just the way when I used to come on, I said something little, you attacked me and becoming a demon. Just they have such small, feeble minds that they cannot even think outside the box.
Well, that's just
So
what we consider the common or the average consumer from the industry perspective. These are the people
mm-hmm,
that we have to develop and engineer entertainment for
mm-hmm,
so that they can consume it.
mm-hmm.
And that's why there's such a strict regulation on
Yeah.
like the Actors Guild or the Songwriters Guild or Musicians Guild. And being in the entertainment industry, they want
Mm-hmm.
you as far removed from the general public as you can possibly be, and your history and your past.
Yeah, and this
So
was supposed to be an alpha male who appointed me as his harem first wife. If you go through the archives of the videos and see, I didn't even ask for it. He appointed me. He put me there. So then
yeah,
to turn back against me and to take a stranger who's gone through so many panel verses, she's fucked a lot of other panel verses, and then to take her and then to put sides with her just shows your fucking character. And they're
but
listening right now, but let them listen.
yeah, and I hope JG, even though he has made himself non-present, um, because of his bomb threat, and whenever I was explaining that he was a train hopper and he was in Pennsylvania, Kansas, um, and anyhow, there is there's the engineers union, and then there's a what they call yard guards and train guards. And now when they catch his ass, because of the statement of going to send a bomb to my house. They're going to detain him. They're going to DNA him, fingerprint him, and then any type of incident that has happened during his journeys on these trains, you know, he's going to be put through the ringer on it.
Mm-hmm.
But hey, and now that they know that, to be able to tap into his service provider and identify his service provider for his phone, they could probably track him now. I don't know if they're going to go that far, but I do know that when they catch him because of his statement, that was stupid. And then that
All
pulls
this
up.
you're revealing is for information for them to access. I respect that you're a very open book like that. Like somebody like the TSM, he won't even reveal his real age.
Well, it
That's what I'm
don't
saying.
matter
You
because he
don't
has a
trust the
service
guy. If he
provider.
can reveal his real age, his date of birth, how can you trust the guy if even he has a real girlfriend or where he lives or anything? He doesn't even show it. He'll show bits and pieces of his face. He's wearing a ball cap. He doesn't show his real hair, his forehead, or his
Well, here's the
eyes.
thing,
When he shows his eyes, it's full of bags. Like I'm like, did you even get
Callie,
some sleep? There's like dark circles, like bags. Like you need to like puffy bags under his dark fucking circles under your eyes.
Callie,
Like you need to fucking take care of
listen
yourself.
for a second, please. What it is he has a verified YouTube channel, and with that, they can find his service provider, and then go through his service provider. And if they can't get his information through his verified account on YouTube, they will use his service provider. So it doesn't matter how anonymous he tries to stay or thinks he is. The fact is that he has a verified account on YouTube, and that was the same with Cage. That was the
Yeah,
same with
even now,
Beck.
he has almost 4,000 subscribers, but there's 14 people watching him, but only 3 or 4 people engaging. That's kind of fishy, right?
Well,
There's only
I'm
the
not concerned about
salties
it because,
engaging, the sketchy people who don't even come on his show and actually even talk to him in real life, like how I'm talking to you. Has the
yeah.
salties ever even gone up on his panel and actually had a conversation, a real conversation? They're just on the chat, like lingering, like little hiding under the bushes.
Well, they're not. They
Salty
can
is just
hide
hiding
all
under
they
the
want.
bushes, saying so much, but she's not brave enough to actually come out on the panel and talk. That's
Well, see,
how
her IP is
pathetic
recorded on
this
his
person
channel.
is.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
Whenever they go through his service provider and access his YouTube account, they will be able to access the IP of every individual that was in the chat. Now, I'm not worried about what they say in the chat, but they can track them down through their IP and their service provider. Whether that they understand or they're just that fucking stupid. But he actually, I had, given timestamps and actual statements that he made against not only my character but against my son,
Mm-hmm.
and I handed that over to my mental health caseworker by timestamp,
Yeah,
and
that's
that's why.
confidential. It's your private business. Like, what if we came after you over your fucking schizo thing that you went on your mental hospital, you were locked up and all that shit? How would you feel? So why would you bring that up? But you're a pathetic piece of shit. You go so low that you would bring up that kind of shit just so that you can make yourself feel better and throw and bring a gang of other
Well,
people like the salties, these pieces of shit who don't even show their faces, their voices. They don't even want
Callie,
their voices being heard. And then you're like they're your main bitch. That's your it's just pathetic. These people are fucking pathetic.
Callie, I wouldn't worry about it. I've done took care of it. I've done reported. I've done handed the information over. They have the information. They've seen the results of the damage. They've heard the character bashing, the intimidation, the emotional abuse. That I done turned all that in.
Yeah,
So
and I'm not
don't
even
even worry
watching
about
them.
it.
They're watching us. They're stalking
So
me and you, and they project on us that we're stalking them. But no, there's content for them. Even though it's 13 people watching, it's content. You heard a show earlier. Nothing was going on. It was boring. Just literally just playing things from other channels, so you can put content. Not nothing original, nothing of your own content, but you're just putting it on there just so you can make drama and then make
here I'm going to hit
attention
a
off of your
song. So
channel. You're saying you don't want
let,
any money, but that attention is money to me.
let's throw a song at him so we can get him a copyright strike. Let's see. That one's definitely copyrighted. I'll make sure he gets a real good copyright strike. And every time that he
He's
airs this,
recording and it's content for him, so do whatever. Show some rat blood. Show yourself freaking injecting yourself rat blood. That's content for him because he has nothing else original going on for him.
here we go. This one generally, I know this one. Well, this is awesome. The first album I did whenever I got on YouTube after I was posting videos, I did an album about AI technology. Let me find the
They're like the
song
witch
here.
is seething. Like you guys are the ones who are stalking. Stay off of. Make your own context. Show Jack Talker or the African guy. Why are you watching us? You know, we were just talking amongst ourselves. You're the one who
Hold on, Callie.
poo-pooed off of. Came in
This is
poo-pooed. You fucking poo-poo. Sandy
this
Rishi is a
is
fucking
a
poo-poo. He's a big poo.
that's all right. This has Jordy Rose and
He's a big potato
licensed
sack.
music.
He needs to fucking tan.
So
Those fucking white legs of his, that fat face.
People who say their thoughts are already being acted by an outside force.
There is a signal broadcast every second of every day through our television, even when the settings are gone. Look around the environment we live in. Carbon dioxide, fluorocarbons, and methane have increased since 1958. Earth is being acclimatized. They are turning our atmosphere into their atmosphere. We are like a natural resource to them. To keep the planet, move on to another. They want benign indifference. They want us drunk.
People who say their thoughts are already being acted by an outside force.
We could be pets. We could be food. But all we really are is livestock. Our impulses are being redirected. We are living in an artificially induced state of consciousness that resembles sleep. The poor and the underclass are growing. Racial justice and human rights are non-existent. They have created a repressive society, and we are their unwitting accomplices. Their intention to rule rests with the annihilation of consciousness. We have been lulled into a trance. They have made us indifferent to ourselves, to others. We are focused only on our own gain. Please understand, they are safe as long as they are not discovered. That is their primary.
now, if he starts streaming again, I have a couple more off of that album that are copyrighted.
He's
And I
spamming his
hold
own chat. That's the thing. Nobody even engages much on his chat. So the host, have you ever noticed a host just stirring up their own chat because they're all boring and just lifeless. So then you just gotta stir up your own chat because they're just boring and lifeless. So like let's just drop this shit on Kali. Oh, she's a bitch. And then the other one starts. It's kind of like the just stirring up the crowd, you know. And
Well,
that's what
that's the part of the.
TSMN does. Even the music you played, oh, she's going off the rails. But no, you're going off the rails. You're stalking me. I came on the sanity machine. We weren't even talking about you, but you're stalking us. Like, I don't even give a shit about your potato sack body and your stupid voice. That's, you live like in a high rise in section 8 housing with your freaking dementia, your schizophrenia, whatever you have, and these people are so entitled and they stir up their audience when there's only not even that many. They're just miserable old ladies who have nothing else to do. They're miserable with their husbands, they're miserable with their boyfriends, and they're coming up watching this freaking stupid shit that he's showing. Like, you can't tell me what's going to happen after my death. You're not my God. You don't know what's happening in my body. You're not going to tell me what's going to happen with my after death experience. I'm not going to listen to some stupid fucking Canadian prick to tell me my life story, right?
No, not at all. I wouldn't.
Yeah, I'm not going to listen to some fucking Canadian prick that I don't even know in my real life guiding me. Fuck shit. Not even you, Axis. I guide my own self. So
Well, I don't try and guide you, Callie. I
that's
come
what I'm
up
saying. That's
here
why I
and I
respect your
allow
Axis,
you.
because that's what I'm saying. We're very different people. But these
Oh
people
yeah.
don't get it. And they will lash out. I don't even want to look at the chat anymore because they're going to twist that whole thing and make it look like we're the demons when they're projecting, when it's actually it's them, right? They're having butt sex. They're looking at fucking, they're talking about like people with big butts, boobs. That's the projection. He's always talking about that shit, you know.
Well, that seems like some weird, twisted sexual trauma
Mm-hmm.
behind it. I'm
And
not
you never
concerned
done that
about it because
twisted
I've
I've
taken
never noticed that with any
action
woman
against
who's
it.
been on your panel. You've never done that with anyone.
No, I try to be as dignified and respectful to proper guests that I can.
Mm-hmm.
We may have completely different point of views and observation. I mean, even to Freak down here, who
Mm-hmm.
me
And
and
as much
him,
as
we
I,
have
I
some.
don't I don't like that snafu character, but that picture that he brought out, it explains the way the sanity machine is. That picture in the shower scene where he's pouting, that exemplifies of who he is, where he's prancing, pouting on that shower. It's so fucking gay. It's just like, it explains a lot.
Well, I tried to, for a long time, be passive and have some type of moral code as to give these people a bit of leverage and leniency. But I have absolutely liberated myself to the point where I don't give a fuck what I do to these people and the effect that it has on them when it comes to them doing stupid shit. I will absolutely take every measure possible within the realm of the law or by adversarial forces of the Lord of this world, and
Mm-hmm.
you know
As much as they say that you have no morality and you're a demon, I feel like you have more morals than any of these people. Any of these fucking dirtbags here.
well, I'm not going to change my moral code for myself, but my interaction with them has absolutely changed because I'm not passive with them no more. I will absolutely do everything within my power, whether it be in the real world legally, whether it be on the metaverse legally, or whether it be through principality of the adversary, whether you want to call that Satan or the devil or the Lord of this world or just the source of absolute malevolence spiritually. Sure. And I will summons in a heartbeat now. I do not give no fuck. They mean shit to me. I am trying to complete a blood ritual. I am in the last 2 weeks of it, and I had to intensify it. But I will endeavor into another blood ritual,
I know.
and I will unleash an even greater amount of malevolent spirits, contemptuous, indifferent, demonic forces that they're going to apply to the Christian Bible, but it has nothing to do with Christianity. These particular forces were here prior to their understanding of what the Judeo demon is. These are primordial energies. These are pre-dawn entities. These are indifferent entities. And they will host inside of a particular husk of a created golem, such as themselves, and occupy their mind through their own folly. It will take every advantage of them by deceit, by its nature, or by them being stupid and allowing themselves to be opened to these particular entities. But on this channel, I made it abundantly clear. If you are here, you are participating in a blood ritual. And yes, it is highly, highly satanic now. And it is highly of the Lord.
So do you think anyone who's watching is also participating?
Well, they're being harvested for their energy, and I'm sure that them being here exposes their consciousness to malevolent entities that would definitely take any advantage of them, violating
so you're
natural.
saying even the lurkers are affected by this?
Well, yeah, it's very plain. I made it very abundantly clear. Even by lurking, participating, or being involved with this channel, yes, you are participating, and I made it abundantly clear many times into a blood ritual that has everything to do with the adversarial forces. They want to call it Satan, the devil, whatever they want to call it. That's fine. They got to give it a title.
As I said, I would rather be with a Satanist and a Christian. To me, they're the same. All these new ages, even they all say demon. They use the same word as Christian people. So I'm like, you're just like a Christian. You just use the same verbiage, everything. Christians, a hell realm. All these words are same things Christian use. So you're basically a Christian. You don't even know it, right?
I am far removed from a Christian. Believe me, I am far removed from a Christian.
You call somebody team evil, to me that's like Christianity behavior.
I'll discuss.
Very like small-minded. You just sit in your freaking computer all day. You piss on your bucket under your freaking bed, and then you put your little elbow on your on your bed, and you just like, so you're so lazy, you're bed rotting, and just talking online with people that you never even met. You never even met them in real life. Not even talk to them in real life. You just know them through chat. All you know them is through chat. Like if I talk about Sandy Machine, he's never even talked to Salty in real life, her real voice. He's never even heard her real voice. But yet he has so much faith in her, that she has so much wisdom. You know.
Well, I have faith in me, and the people that participate in my channel have their own individual journeys, endeavors, and beliefs. Mine are my own, but I can, without conflict, speak to other people's ideals, beliefs, and express communication, maybe even potential for learning. Um, I'm open for that, but that's been reflective in, like,
That's the thing. We have a
you
difference.
and
I'm not a
singularity
Satanist.
and Defreak.
That's the thing. I didn't grow up with a Satanist. I grew up in Hinduism. I don't even believe in Hinduism. That's the
Right?
thing. So then the people, just because I'm Indian, Kali, Indian accent, oh yeah, they'll connect it, and oh, she's Indian, she's closed-minded, new agey. They'll categorize me. Even though I've been on the channel, I've supported them for years. Just because I did one thing that disappointed them, they'll shove me in the corner, and then they'll attack me, and then bring other people that they don't even know to side so they can attack me, ruin my character. But I don't give a shit because you don't know me.
Well, it just shows their ignorance
I don't
because
even want to
Callie
get to you in
Mize,
a physical, in a personal level. So I don't give a fucking shit. I don't even want to meet you in real life. So that's the fucked up part of their mentality, you know.
well, they don't obviously comprehend the two aspects of Callie. I mean, there's Callie and then there's Callie Ma. You know, two different aspects of the same being, and one is highly revered, and the other is also respected. So,
Mm-hmm.
but they're not going to educate themselves,
No,
and
they're very small, closed-minded, feeble-minded people. You know, they don't even have. They say that they have a lot of girlfriends from Mexico, India, all of this. They'll just generalize. They don't show details, but they don't even have any kind of knowledge of any outside the box. So I don't
well,
even know why I bother access. You
you
know.
you seen you seen how just the only female that I truly have endeavored over a long period of time to admire, not love, just respect and admire. You seen what they did with that, you know? No respect. So I'm thinking if that would have been, which they have to you, I consider you to be a metaversal friend or the freak or, Zypher, you know,
Mhm. But you, if the access, I'm giving you a scenario. So, okay, you respect me a lot, but I disappointed you just a little. I said something, maybe something materialistic about you. Are you just going to shun me and put me aside? Because as a male figure, I look at you as an up, just as a male, a little bit higher. So you can put me in my place, but still forgive me, right? But the thing is, I didn't
well,
get that.
yeah, I don't, if I can't look at your indifference and respect your indifference without it being trolling or insultive in the nature of I'm intentionally setting out just to be an antagonist. Outside
Hmm.
of that, yeah, no
Yeah,
problems.
yeah.
There's been lots of people that have disagreed with me. If you check my old live streams, lots of people, and
But a
that's
lot
just
of
their
people, because
position,
their ego is so big, they don't see, they don't even phantom or see that. Do you know what I'm saying?
right? And they're not going to. So I don't even. I dare not even teach them. I don't want them to learn a thing from me. I don't want them to even engage in trying to get them to understand
Mhm.
anything about me. I would rather, from this
That's
position of liberation, just have my way with them metaversally, You know,
Hmm.
and the
Even though they're twisted, because you're a Satanist, I'm not. I don't believe anything you do. But then they're gonna twist it and make it seem like I'm on the same bandwagon as you, right? And that's what they're gonna
yeah,
do. They're gonna cut off all the other things. That's what they do. These idiots, so they can make themselves look good. It's
well, we
bullshit.
might just have to play some more copyrighted music. I mean, I got plenty. I got shitload of copyrighted music that I've helped license to for a long time, and especially my daughter. If I start playing my daughter's music, um, wow, that's she has digital copyrights on hers. I have copyrights of ownership through not it's through the Guy Rhodes Productions and Spotlight, but it's still a registered copy and it's in my domain. And that if I was to take my music and have it digitally copyrighted, that might be a much heavier consequence. But I have played my music on other people's channel and they've got copyright strikes. So I do know that it happens.
Yeah, like to other people, we're just a mockery. That's what they're doing, listening to us talking. It's like we're a mockery to them. They're like teasing us, making ha ha. He is like a high school. They're just like eavesdropping and listening to us. Like, oh, what's up, Axis doing? What's Kali doing? Oh my God, what is she talking about? And then Sanity Machine is like, oh, salty. Look at her. Look at the way she's talking. Look at the way she's like. It's so fucking stupid. Like,
Well, I
get
mean,
off of
leave
it.
with the
Go
devil. I'm
find something
worshiping
else, man.
Satan. And by you rebroadcasting, you are also participating and projecting through your channel the blood ritual, the demonic forces, the entities. And I'm sure that not all of you are saints. You have chinks in your armor, and they will
They do,
find them.
because that's the thing. All these people on the chat they don't even come on his live show. They don't even talk to him. His main bitches, they don't even come. What happened to Meth? All of these people, man, they're all gone. The main honchos, like, what the fuck happened to all of these people, man?
Well, they just probably got tired of it, but I don't mind,
Yeah.
that
Just like
he's
months and months of spending time with you, and they just fucking fell off just like that, you know?
I don't mind him
Like, talk
projecting
about that
my
shit. Why
the
stalking us? Why
malevolency.
creeping on us? Just basically creeping, putting content on your show. Now you have 19 viewers. Oh, haha, thumbs up.
Well, what it is he's projecting all the satanic and malevolent energy that he's rebroadcasting from my show through his show, and it's now infiltrating the consciousness of every individual there
Mhm,
with malevolent entities, intent,
mhm.
satanic intent, Lord of this
Because he
world
doesn't have his own
intent.
individuality. He was actually waiting for you to make a live show so he could make content on his show, so he could talk about it, put it on his show, because he has nothing else to talk about, you know.
Big Daddy D, I don't know who BBC is unless you're talking about the British Broadcasting Company. But yeah, let him restream all this malevolent, uh, demonic, negative,
Yeah, he just has the same
malevolent
people
energy.
rooting for him. It's the same names. If you go and see his live chat, they never come on his show. You never heard their voices, but the same people just talking the same shit over and over, repeated. It's just very monotone, and it's nothing original. It's almost like they're bots, you know. They're not even real people.
Well, let him spread the word of Satan through his channel. I mean, for shit's sakes. I mean, let's really, give him a bit of of true projected Satanism. I don't mind. I mean, shit. Satan doesn't mind his participation. Here you go.
Our Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Yeah, if these fucktards knew what subliminalism I have hidden in my music, they would absolutely be cleansing themselves in holy water, because I embed all my music with suggestive content and intent. So let them, endeavor, share the Satan, share the
They make
malevolency.
fun of you using the word endeavor a lot.
That's because I do. Endeavor and perseverance are forward movement. Okay? Those are words that indicate forward movement. It means you're
Endeavor
doing
and
something.
perseverance.
Yeah, endeavoring is to endeavor into something, to engage in something. Perseverance is to overcome it. So, yeah, fuck. Let him share the Satan. Let him share the malevolency. And,
So are you saying they're participating in that, even though they don't know it?
well, of course they are. I mean, I announced it on this channel more than once. And secondly is, whenever you're using a Satanist content through your channel, then you're projecting all of that energy, that frequency. And if you're listening to the music and the things that I do on here, especially if I'm using subsonic frequencies, yeah, they're being subjected to subliminalism in the music. And believe me, it's not Christian. Even my intent alone.
Are you in good terms with that London man? I'm not a big fan of him. I mean, I just but
I quit associating with him when he started targeting people, and then he put a clip of me and one of his.
has he targeted you?
Oh, he put a clip in, and I immediately hit him with retaliation as to expose whatever I needed to, or endeavor into whatever, and we went at odds. And I have nothing to do with him. I don't like what he does with his set and talk about being a positive, or even an influence of non-malevolence, but still he wants to set and poke fun of and create this content around people. But then he wants to be taken serious with this whole concept he has of what the earth is. And I'm like, but he quit broadcasting that much. He's lost his audience base. His numbers are down massively. And so I figure he's using Steven to build his numbers up.
So putting content about Stephen to
Yeah,
build his
yeah, because of everybody's contempt and disdain for Steven.
I can see that. I mean, he did subscribe to me, and I mean, I don't. When I put a live once in a while, it's very random, amateur, and he'll come on, and it's very odd because I'm not even subscribed to him, and I don't watch his. I saw his recent thing because he did bring up again. Maybe he's using it as with Steven to market himself, his branding.
Yeah, because in that social experiment that he brings up you and Steven, he has a small clip, very quick, of
I
you on
saw
my
that.
show,
hmm
but he knows better
Where I
because,
called the Sandy Machine a scumbag, right?
yeah, because I will definitely take offense if he starts playing in my backyard, and we will definitely go at it. And he remembers Z, he remembers fucking Tommy, and when me and London went at it, I mean, I will pull out the stops. I don't give a fuck, you know?
So
Leave me
he's
the
saying
fuck out
using
of it.
your
Let's,
content for his own benefit.
yeah. Well, yeah, that's what that social experiment is all about, is using other people's shortcomings
But
or,
they do that.
their stupidity.
Sandy Machine does it all the time. All his live show is basically just replaying what you're talking. He doesn't even have a commentary. He literally fall asleep and just show your commentary playing for hours and hours, and he'll be falling asleep, but he'll have people watching it. So
Well, that's fine because they're being subjected to very malevolent satanic intent. Sometimes I play subsonic frequencies, which everybody knows that, which alters the cerebral state of mind. And there's a lot of subliminalism in what I do. Some of the background images I have, I converted to BMPs. I embedded pixelated pictures in them, several hundred, and then I turn them back into JPEGs. And then that's when I started using the backgrounds. So there's a lot of imagery within the BMP pixelization of the JPEG. Not
so
this
do you think they're
particular one
all the
here.
same, like cloud chasing, like um London Man, Sandy Machine, they're all cloud chasing, even though they say they don't want
Well,
any
they want numbers, they want
number.
subscribers, they want
Because that's the thing, the
attention.
numbers and subscribe, even though they say they don't want money, they don't ask for cash, that numbers means a lot. So there is that kind of that catch
Why?
22, you know.
Why
Because they
should
try to
what?
act like saints, like virtuous. They're very virtuous, you know. I'm virtuous. I don't have butt sacks. I have a really nice young girlfriend who's so wholesome. And I'm just here to share the truth. So what's different between you and Jack Talcott? You're the same thing, basically.
If that's directed at me
No,
as
it's
to
not
whether I have
directed.
a piss bucket under, no, down here in the chat, um, do I have a piss bucket under my bed? Really? Is that a question for me? I suppose because
Do you have a bucket under your bed? I mean, I feel like all these big head honchos like TSM, all of them have a bucket under their bed because that's all they do
first
24/7.
off,
Live
I'm going to go
streaming.
to his
You don't
channel
live stream 24/7.
and I'm going to make sure I can keep track of this
You live stream once
piece
this
of shit.
today. The
Oh,
TSM,
it's
he's
a
been
sock
live streaming
account.
all day. He has a bucket under his bed peeing
Looks like
because
a
that's his life.
big, ugly buck African. Now, I'll come back in this direction and we'll just go ahead and remove him
I'm
from the
saying,
show here.
actors, you come live streaming online on at night, late at night, but all of these live streamers, they like day and night, and they're participating on other channels. Like, what the fuck, man? Do you even have a personal life? Do you just order Uber Eats and just live off of like? Do you and just go once in a while, go out in the woods at the same place and take a walk? You huffing and puffing with your potato sack body? I mean, come on, like
And then
Think you're gonna
there's
fool us like that? Like, come on.
Austin Murphy's dumbass. I mean, if you haven't seen the effects of the ritual at work, Austin, then you're dumber than you're not even a master of the obvious. You're totally blind. And yes, you are participating in a satanic blood ritual by being on my channel voluntarily. I made that very abundantly clear. So enjoy. I hope you don't have any blemishes in your uh,
Yeah, and he
context
still
of
has only
sin.
15 people watching him. He has almost 4,000 subscribers, but only 15 people, but only 3 people actually engaging in the chat. That shows a lot, right? That just says a lot, like where your channel's at. All the hard work you've done for years and years that you claim, but you only have 2 to 3 people participating, and you have 15 people just watching you right now. I would say like 80% are fake. That's fucking pathetic.
Well, I tell you, I started this channel just to put my music up and to be able to share my music with my daughter and my son and some family members and people from We Are Awake. And that's how this actually started out. It wasn't until Dom that I actually started doing panels and live streams of this nature. And then once he became a looper and imposive, I turned it over to Rat Blood Radio. And then once there was a complete violation of, the trust, and people started demanding, well, now it's all me. I liberated myself from anything they have to project. Now they're being exposed.
I know, and
Exposed
everything that I
to.
say, it gets twisted. Like I'm like after them, and I could care less about this white fucking potato sack body, white boy. Like I have no attraction to this person. So I mean, it's crazy how they twist things. It's actually hilarious.
Well, that's why I said,
The numbers do show, like when I first started watching, when I was participating, it was a lot more, but now it's very little. Like the people participating even in the chat, it's the same boring people over and over, and they don't even come and participate, and you don't even know their voices. That's the fucked up part. It's
well, I
just
don't hide my intent. And whenever I changed the platform over from April 1st, because I knew what I was getting ready to do after, the breach of trust and the implication of someone trying to change my belief system or my practices, I I, I got rid of everybody that and people that I really liked. I know they were just there for their own endeavors, and they had platitudes and sometimes good conversation, but even like Pam, I promoted Pam's channel very heavily,
Yeah, I
and we
was
have
shocked about Pam because
great
I thought Pam was
conversation.
your girl. Because when I came in
No,
your show, I was like, Pam, I mean, I've listened to comments. I feel like she's neutral, and you
no,
guys,
she's not. She's not
I
neutral.
thought that, but
No, not at all. And she was very easily with a couple statements between me and Cage. Uh, I still have the direct or the message, the Facebook message, where she dismissed herself from my channel because, and Fools and Tools, I still have her comment on my TikTok where she got offended. I mean, Maggot, it was easy to offend them all, but I did not want to drag them into this darkness, into my endeavor. So at least I was respectful enough of them to remove them from the situation. Now, the way I done it may not have been appreciated by them, but it kept them from coming back. and trying to interfere with what I'm doing.
And you're not worried about losing them as followers, right?
No, I've lost followers since I've been on this endeavor. Um, yeah, my subscribers are down. I don't care. You know, it shows up. I get a monthly analytics from YouTube. Uh, Apparently, YouTube does monitors your channel and gives you a monthly analytics. Um, and a lot of my original base from Rat Blood Radio, they're gone. They're not coming back. And I really wouldn't want them here because they weren't genuine. I found out who the genuine people were.
So do you think you, even after you knew them, because you do know them for a couple of years, right?
Yeah, I've known them for a long time. I mean, like Jared down here, he's been here the whole time, and it hasn't bothered him a bit. And I know Jared from way back in the We Are Awake days, and we haven't ever had a problem. Singularity, same thing. You, Zypher, um, 5 Speed, DeFreak. I mean, those you guys have been absolute sustainers because you know that this is my endeavor and you're self-confirmed.
So are you
So
saying all those years you didn't have that with these characters?
no, people come here. I would have all kinds of people on panel, different varieties all through the week, discussing different ideals and topics. And well, you know what? If you're suffering black magic panic attacks, you're in the wrong fucking channel because you're participating in one right now. My suggestion to you is go seek therapy and stay as far the fuck away from this channel as you humanly possibly can, if you're fucking human. But I wish the worst for you. No, Jared, they weren't. I knew that even back then when I was dealing with them. I knew the first time I made one offensive statement, they would be gone. I knew that back then. That's why it was so easy because now some of them I didn't keep algorithms on when I was working with the frequency technology. But I have a heavy database of these people's personalities, how they've interacted. It's not a vocal model of AI, but it's an algorithm that I use to determine which frequencies affected which type of characteristic or personality, how broad of a spectrum I could go with that frequency to get it to work with this particular type of personality type. And yeah, I developed all that shit so I could adjust it accordingly. So I'm trying to get these removed from. There we go. I guess you gotta do these one by one, huh?
The what you saying?
Removing these comments.
We're still on a pedestal. We're still being watched. I mean,
I
we're
don't
always being
care.
watched. We're being watched by fucking losers. You're
You
saying
know, if they
right?
want to spread
Losers.
the
Like the proper way, like royalty. Losers. You're a loser. Rat
Well,
blood,
if they
you're a
want
loser. You're a big
to, you know,
loser. How does that feel?
that bothers me a fucking
I'm
bit.
just, it doesn't bother you a fucking bit, right? You're a
No.
loser. I'm
Oh,
putting in more emphasis now.
okay. Well, I'm a very content loser, Satanist, um, I guess, warlock.
You eat rat blood, you inject actually. So
Yeah,
there's
yeah, I'm
that.
half rodent.
The Christians get frazzled, but also the New Ages, the ones the soul trap, the ones who are like in the near death, they're like, oh, he's a demon. He eats rats. Like, oh my god, like what?
I don't
Like
eat rats,
he's
I
a.
eat mice.
But then that's the thing. They character assassinate your character, so they'll make up stories like that. So even if you eat mice, they'll
There's
say
a
it's.
big difference between a rat and a mouse. I like You know, if they can't tell that that's a mouse and not a rat, you know, especially when its bloody ass is hanging out of my fucking mouth when I show it, you know. I mean, for fuck's sake, that's not a rat. Come on,
I'm
give me
saying
a
you don't
fucking break.
interrupt. You don't stir up the chat. You don't try to tell the chat, oh, I'm going to talk about this, so you guys need to focus on this, so we can talk shit about this person. So the host is spamming the chat so they can talk shit about the person, right?
Well, like I said,
That's what they do
I'm
because they're
not
so
concerned about
desperate.
it because I took action. I'm not concerned. It's being taken care of. I'm not really,
And then the thing
Kelly.
is,
It
they
doesn't
they put
bother
it on
me.
us like we're obsessed with them, but no, you're obsessed with us. You started the show with us on. We came on the show before you even turned your own show on, but you're obsessing about us. Like, do your own show, be creative, do some other content. Why focus on us? Who cares? I'm never going to meet your fucking potato sack. Like, why even worry about me? I don't even want to ever see your fucking piece of shit ass scumbag. So get off my ass, do your own content, be creative instead of making content off of me.
Well, whenever I would
Like,
allow,
as soon as he started the show, the whole show, how long we've been talking, has just been about us, Axis. Both of me and you are rock stars right now.
all right, all right,
They're
Rockstar,
talking
been
about
there.
us. We're on a pedestal right now. They're focusing on us.
Well, their
Bunch of high
energy is
school.
being utilized for the workings
Even though they
of
don't talk with each other in
the
real life,
Horn
they don't even
God.
talk to each other in real life. They just know each other through chat, like the Salties. I've never even heard her fucking voice, but she has so much to say. But she's like the head honcho of the whole fucking show and saying all this shit when I've never even heard her voice. Never comes on the Sandy Machine show. When I came so many times on his fucking show, but he fucking, I'm not even jealous of shit. I don't even want to be. I made a mistake putting my fucking precious time on his fucking show.
Well, that's why I said don't trust any of these fucking YouTube
Yeah,
gurus.
yeah.
Don't. Don't waste your
He didn't
fucking
give me
time,
anything.
Kelly.
I already knew already all these freaking scumbags already on the internet. I already knew that. The Talcots, the fucking Pollies, all of them. I already knew that before you didn't have to tell me anything, you know.
Yeah, don't. You know, if you're you. You got your own ideas, your own individuality, your own concepts. It just so happens that you're broad enough minded that you don't feel that you have to defend your inadequacies that you feel inside, which is what they're doing because you don't have them. You are self solidified.
Because I'm
You've
not in
come to
that cult.
terms.
If that's the thing, a
Yeah.
cult is where I'm participating with them, agreeing with every little thing not going on other people's shows, and that's what I did. I actually was really loyal. Even you had shows going on Access, I never came on your show, not a Talcott show, anything to support his show. I went on and helped him, but there was no even kind of credit or anything from anyone, even the ones that noticed a bit where I did it. But then after I did one mistake, they just backlashed on me. That's the lesson that I learned.
Well, I'm definitely, I definitely appreciate your individuality here, Callie. And it's not a combative one, and that's even much more appreciated.
I appreciate that. I know I'm saying a lot about this, but it does. It's not even part of me being upset. It's just it's kind of like a disappointment. It's just like so unnecessary. Like, why do you have to come through this kind of childish kind of behavior in when you're an adult?
Um,
You know, that's the part that
because I don't consider them to be a developed-minded species at all. Whenever I'm dealing with, disembodied energies, and especially the presence of absolute, uh, principality of influence on this plane, I'm interacting with energies that and information that these people, they're like infantile, truly, compared to the knowledge of the pre-dawn entities, even malevolent entities have quite a bit of extreme intelligence whenever they were forged from an original source, or they were pre-dawn existence.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it helps, Kelly, apparently somebody recognizes you down in the chat.
I used to be good friends. Yeah, I feel like I was loyal, but the thing is that I don't get any credit from not the host or anyone, because I didn't go in other channels, but they're gonna just make me seem like I'm a Satanist. I'm talking to you, like talking shit, but I didn't go in other channels. They're gonna say, "Oh, I was watching other channels." They do it too. It's part of the, but I didn't go on their live chats, didn't talk to them. You know so it just it's pretty screwed up how these people are.
Well, another
It's like a
thing too,
control thing.
for them to be in such
I mean,
a
the thing is, the
confining place
host
of
can go on
ignorance.
Talcott, any of these stupid shows, like what's his name, Tommy, all of those. But if any of his followers go on that and participate, then it's like, oh, you're going on that. But if he does, then it's nothing, right? But then he's trying to say, oh, I'm playing this game where I'm just calling them all off. I know that you're calling them off of their bullshit, right? But I'm like, it's it's more of a like an ego thing. Who's more powerful? Who's the biggest and the baddest? It's like the most childish thing I've ever noticed in my adulthood.
Well,
It's basically who's the biggest and baddest. Like even the Sandy Machine, he's like, I'm the only one who has the knowledge, the truth. But yet, I don't know everything. I don't know exactly the soul trap, like exactly when you die, if you're going to go in this place. Like it's a little bit wishy washy, right?
I am confirmed in the fact that I am a student from birth until my demise, and generally, if I have to use anything outside of what my own understanding or in my own capabilities are, then I'm going to summons. I never denied that I was a summonser, and I never told anybody anything other than I do both good and evil. Period. We influence the field. I do both good and evil. I am taking on the full aspect now and embodiment of an adversarial force, and that's just that. And if I have to use the Lord of this world and the disembodied malevolencies of energies, then yeah, absolutely. I give them no shit. They have proven themselves to be, um, I guess, they're just consumers, human cattle. They talk about people in the industry and they point fingers at them, and you know, and they're like, "Oh, they're this, they're that, they're so bad." And these people would not even be allowed in the green room of most of these people's shows, or nor would they be allowed on the property. I mean, anybody that is aware enough and edified, because I told you I had to go through etiquette training whenever I first got into the industry and started making appearances. They didn't, and if I would have made judgment calls on everybody that come in and out of my life in the industry, well, fuck, I wouldn't have went anywhere.
Yeah.
In that industry, you got to let people be people. And once you start fucking with people, you will be ostracized and you will not get a second chance. I try not to give him any energy or any attention at all. I don't mind that he's projecting my Satanism, but apparently he's also wanting to subject himself to a tongue lashing from Callie, which is fine with me. She's allowed to speak her mind when somebody has violated her trust or her character. All this YouTube don't show emotion, high vibing, and be like a zombie. No, Callie, if you've got something to say and it's on your mind and someone has been intrusive upon you, then yeah, I don't mind at all. Tell them exactly what you think of them, what you feel about them, because you have that emotion that makes you an interactive emotional species. That's okay. That's a
Yeah, that's
good
what I'm
thing.
saying. Because, he says he gets triggered by his mom, the same way, because people bring up that shit. But I get triggered by my dad because he was a very important figure to me. I don't bring it up much about his death and stuff. It's a very private matter. But then people twist it like I have daddy issues and all this shit, when I have the utmost respect, and the way that people twist it, my personal business. I'm like, fuck you, for like how you get angry about your mom. I'm gonna get angry about my dad. How you putting shit. I never said any shit about your mom, and you're gonna say shit about my dad just because I said that he likes this certain fragrance and he was a straight shooter and all this, like I have daddy issues. No, just because you didn't have a good relationship with your parents, you twist it and make it a sick thing because your sick mind, your mind is in the gutter and it thinks about all these things. But I don't make videos and content about it, but you do, because you're a pathetic piece of shit.
Well, I don't. I have no love for my mother whatsoever. But like I said, she adopted me out, and She made all her statements and all her hateful comments. But guess who I got a call from today? My mother, wanting help from me, from my resources. My lawyer and a political lawyer that whenever I was counseling in Washington County, and yeah, she had the nerve to call and ask for help. And I thought, after you poisoned my daughter, you said that I was the reason my son committed murder. You disowned me. You've accused me of things that I did not absolutely, under any circumstance, do. And then you call and ask me for resources. What the fuck is that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. You know, I was completely floored. I thought, are you fucking brazen or what? Did your Jesus teach you to be like that? Because you need to find you a different patron saint. Obviously, this Jesus cat, it doesn't work for me. And if he's what's a representative of you and you're a representative of him, then nah, not interested, man.
Yeah.
You cut me to the bone. You turn my heart as black as coal, and you are a part of the reason that I'm comfortable with liberated malevolency, self-identification. She hated my self-identification to the point where she disowned me, and then called today, asking for. I, really? Okay, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Couldn't believe it. Just fucking floored me.
Yeah.
You know, I don't think it's been any secrets that I've got on here and said that I have a surrogate dad, and that's the only family I have. You know, I've made that abundantly clear, especially since April 1st.
I don't think a lot of people get it when they look at you as like a Satanist. You eat rats. Oh, it's just the judgments are pretty. But if you're on their side, they would be a bit different. That's the thing. Even I feel like when you were on some of their side, then the story would change.
It's not about direct. I'm answering a question in the chat to Husband and Trinda. It's not about direction. It has nothing to do with direction. It has to do with cycles that are set against a three-dimensional, actually it's a multi-spectral clock, which is the luminaries. And we're talking about encompassing states of energy. So I don't know what you mean by up or down, because I don't identify cardinal direction with the ethereal or beyond. Now, you may be stuck to this planet and identify things as being cardinally directed, but I do not. I gave that thinking up a long time ago. And the only reason cardinal direction has any relevance to me is if I want to head in a certain direction on this particular plane, the Earth. Outside of that, left, right, up, down, has no relevancy.
The sanity machine is still trolling, creeping on you. Like, why don't one of the harem wives come on his show? His beautiful harem. They're just so beautiful. Why don't they come and talk to him on the show tonight? It's a nice night. Come on. Did you have anything else going on, Sanity Machine? Then
Here you go. Here's some a little entertainment. Restreamer. Actually, that's just a general YouTuber that uses other people's content or applies any of the anti-commandment. You know,
just want to say the Sanity Machine is still watching you. You're very relevant, Axis. Me and you, I guess. His whole show is about us. I'm like, he doesn't have anyone coming on his show to even talk to him. Even his head honcho wives, his harem wives, his beautiful wives. None of them come on the show. His beautiful wives, please come on the show. Let's listen to you. But no, you're the main character of the show tonight, Axis.
well,
He's listening to you and
Plasma
he's talking
Nintendo.
shit about
I
you on the
don't know if
chat.
you know this or
Nobody's even
not.
participating in the chat. He's just spamming the chat on his own chat. He's spamming it just to promote himself. How pathetic is that?
Well, I don't know if Plasma Nintendo knows, but I've operated a cult for almost 5 years now, and we're quite functional as a cult. As a matter of fact, Dawn wound up going to the Cult of Axis on Facebook, and she didn't know how serious these people took it. But she does now. She definitely got the message. I hated that it happened to Dawn, but you know, um, I guess it is what it is. This may be.
They began to sense that the powers of evil were stronger than they had previously thought.
Just so.
They began to sense that the powers of evil were stronger than they had previously thought.
Satan, the devil, Satan, the devil.
A weird thing happened.
I don't know. I've got a lot of videos down here, but I'll find it. But it's
These all videos made. This is your own music with the voices and everything, right?
Yeah, yeah, and the founding members of the Cult of Axis, or who's on this, I had 133 subscribers because we vetted out anybody who would intrusively, when we were working the field and using unified thinking into uninfluenced particles, you know, you have to really vet, and then you have to put the ideal out there and see who is interested in participating in that particular endeavor. It's not for everybody, and we vetted out a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if this one's it. I'm really not sure. No, that's just some real nice altars that people had sent pictures in. I got an altar in there, my kitchen altar. I'm sure you've seen it when I was going through the house. A lot of these are from some of the groups that I'm in that are satanic or Luciferian or demonic. And then some of them post pictures and I take the picture. There's mine. That's the one in the kitchen that from the other night.
Well, you have 14 people watching, and your subscribers are how many?
I don't have No, I
You
don't
don't have
know.
that many. I mean, you have. I'm not saying. I'm not trying to. But the one who has like almost 4,000 subscribers only has 22 viewers. Like, come on, man. Like, do something else. Stop trolling. Stop eavesdropping. Stop being a fucking weirdo. Like, I don't care about. I don't give a shit about you. Get off and
Here
talk
it
about
is.
something else, man.
Are you still down there?
Making a whole show
Um,
about us.
well,
Fucking weird.
the human body is restrained within a certain spectrum, and also it's confined by the speed of light. There's a speed variable, and then you have Planck space in between what would be considered the pixelization for this particular dimension, third dimension. But I have the cult factors here. These are the founding members. But anyhow, yeah, I ran a cult for over 5 years now.
Don't tell everyone. They'll twist it, Axis.
Well, it's a private. I mean, they can't just go there and join the group. You know, I have to personally let them in the group, and I vet them before I even let them in. And I let Don go in there because I thought Don would be okay in there because we've had so much interaction on live streams, and we've always gotten along. If you remember Dawn Tabros,
Mm-hmm.
and she wasn't she wasn't in the cult of Axis as just a spectator for fuck. She wasn't in there in no time, man, and they were on her quick. She got into it with one of the administrators.
Mm-hmm.
But for what it's worth, he was
So
trying
Dom
to
is not
say
in your group anymore, right?
she never was. Oh, Dom? No, he's definitely not a part of the cult.
Was Dom in the group or not?
Dom at one time was, but he kept posting all this positive shit about uh, Reiki and his philosophical idealism on energy work, and these people have been involved in actual full-on influencing. Um, you know, we put a lot of energy into certain endeavors that we took on, and it's not a philosophy. It's a actual working, functioning, influential state of different people focusing on one particular thing.
Mm-hmm.
But anyhow, that was to clarify the plasma Nintendo because he made a reference to a cult, and my YouTube channel is not about a
I mean,
cult.
a cult can be a lot of different things. It doesn't have to be like a new age. Like that's my explanation of it.
Yeah, I mean, you can have malevolent cults, or
I mean, you can
you
be
can
in a
have,
cult without even knowing you're in a cult, right?
well, Christians do it all the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Not just Christian. I'm saying in the metaverse community, there's a lot
Oh
of
yeah,
people who are
absolutely.
loyal to their channels or who they want to listen and base their beliefs on that, right?
Yeah, it's hive-minded thinking. It's non-individualistic thinking, cattle thinking, sheep thinking,
Hmm.
and
See,
I'm
I
just
don't
not
want to feel like I'm
interested.
controlled by this one force. I want to feel my individualism where I'm free to do what I want, right?
Well, you should be.
I mean, the
Absolutely.
host always, usually the hosts of these cults say that they're special, they're unique, they were born, they're not of this world. They're all the same, Talcots, whatever. They say, "Oh, I'm not part of this world. I'm different. I'm not supposed to be here. I'm special. I'm different, right?" But I don't want to be in that category. I'm just saying, like, I just don't want to participate with you, and then go off your own ego. That's the thing. They have so much big egos, so then we have to try to uh be their cheerleaders, almost being a
Well, there's a
cheerleader.
difference between confidence
Oh,
and ego.
yeah.
You can a narcissist has shit for confidence. Someone with a big ego has shit for confidence.
Like a
But the
true narcissist
confident,
wouldn't say I'm more masculine than you. You think I'm true narcissist? Yeah, a lot of narcissists. I'm like, oh, I'm more masculine than you. But no, you're not just. You're just saying that because you don't have it. You don't have to even say it. People already see it, right? You
I
don't even
just, I'm
mention it or say it.
self-actualized.
A lot of these
I don't
narcissists
need anybody to
bragging how
confirm me.
good they are, how good looking they are, how beautiful their green eyes are, how they're angel babies, all this. But actually, they're just narcissists because they need that validation, right?
Well, I'm just very dark, um, kind of dark industrial goth, and I don't give a fuck. I don't care what people say or think. I'm not going to change for them. I do this for me. I like who the fuck I am. That's why I can go on camera, and I'm cool with that.
Yeah, I like that you'll even take out your eyeglasses, you'll take out your hat, and you'll show your
Mm-hmm.
full 360. I mean, there's a lot of people who don't show that. They hide
Well, fuck.
under.
I showed half my house the other night whenever Cage was showing his
They won't
ass.
even show their house, because a lot of them have like these hospital walls, like these. So they'll show just a little, but they'll brag like they have a lot of wealth, a lot of this, like they travel a lot. But I'm like, where's the proof? There's no proof. You're not showing anything. It's all talk, you know.
False personification
Mm-hmm.
is one of the mainstays of YouTube. It's where the people who have uh, nothing to offer truly come to pretend that they have something to offer. I use it as a base and a platform for my music. That's what it started out as. Dom asked if I would open it up so that he had a place to be able to kind of converse back and forth to people get people to involved in the energy work that he does. His wife is a Reiki master, and it just developed from there. But I contribute a lot of that to Ian and We Are Awake News.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Ian, but I mean, we have our differences, but
Yeah, me and Ian, we went our separate ways, but I don't hate him or I don't just guard him. It's just that we're on two different paths right now. That's happened before. But I'm not out to appease these motherfuckers. I make myself happy.
yeah, you don't
I
go on other people's channels. I mean, that's the thing. A lot of these other people go on other people's channel, participate in the chat. They're trying to recruit more followers, promote themselves. They're saying that they're doing justice by calling them out, but sometimes I feel like it's just more of a narcissism just to get an ego boost for them. Even like recording this thing of us talking on their show, it's like an ego boost. Like, look at these losers. We're losers and they're not. Like, look at them. Ha ha ha. Hee hee. Like high school bullshit. Fucking pathetic.
I don't care. I truly don't. I've found my own contentment. Um, I liberated
Yeah,
myself
still
from
watching us. I mean, we've
hive-mindedness.
been talking for maybe 2 hours. So I'm like, wow, like you have that much creepiness in you to be even like stalking us and you saying I'm stalking you.
Well, I
That's the
did
thing.
notice.
Nobody wants to then call them out. Even their own people on the chat, like, hey, you going out of line. Like, hey, there's certain things you can't do online. Like, just belittle people, without even knowing them. Just belittle, make them just. It's like the worst thing that comes out of these people on the internet. And the thing is, they don't really reveal their age, their real name, or anything, but they have so much to say about you. That's the part that is like so messed up, right?
Well, I thought it was funny that Cage tried to dox me, and the information that he was presenting was almost 25 to 30 years removed. You know,
That's
I
right.
hadn't lived in 812 area code
Because these people
for.
who do say that they know you so well, they think they know you 360. Do you know what I'm saying? They know you in and out. Like this fucking
Good luck
to
with
me,
that.
Cage is a kid. He's like a little boy who's trying to wear his big pants, but he can't fit in these big pants.
Well, Cage is about to deal with some serious reality. And I'm not talking metaversely or spiritually. I mean, not that I haven't put that on him, but I meant what I said. Don't touch the fucking AI model. And I knew just like a dumbass child by knowing his intent exactly what he would do, which allowed me every reason to retaliate against his hostility prior to me telling him not to do that. Now, had he left it alone, went away, and never engaged with me or my channel again, I would have finished the ritual, everything would have been said and done, and that would have been that. But now he has to deal with the consequences that I'm dishing out on a physical level. I'm talking third dimensional, legal, and other level, the metaversal level, and the ethereal.
Mm-hmm. I
I
just look at him
wonder.
like a kid. I don't think he's completely evil, but that's just my perception. But I just feel like he has a lot of growing up to do. That's just me.
No, he's intentionally harmful. If you didn't catch that on the 13th, which is a very uh, that's a very unholy day, sacred to me, sacred unholy day. If you didn't catch how malevolent he truly is, and the vileness of his nature, then I don't know what to say. That was a very, very exposed, malevolent, contemptuous, hateful, um,
Hmm. Yeah,
aggressively
now don't get me
attacking.
wrong. I don't think much of it. I look at him as like a child, so I just feel like he has a lot of growing up to do. He talks more than he thinks. So
Well, he's going to be having to do a lot of talking here real soon. And I hope that over the last 10 years that he's followed through with every regulation to the cannabis or the Canadian cannabis cultivators um, licensing.
who is Rick Harrison? This is so funny. Sandy Machine is Rick. I mean, the things.
That's
I mean,
that
I would
that's
want to
the
know who his
sanity.
real name is.
That's the sanity machine sending
Real
one of his trolls over here to get you to say that.
yeah,
That's why
they're
remove
trying
that piece of
some
shit
shit.
from my chat.
They're trying to stir up some shit. You saying?
Yeah, don't pay attention to all that
Mm-hmm.
shit. You'll know who's real and who's not by what they say. If they're
The
insistent, too
it really is.
compliant.
It really is a dark hole.
Yeah, that's why I'll be glad when this 2 weeks is up. Um, my conviction to my objective will be over, and I can get back on with what I do outside of ever having to deal with social media other than posting music, or if I decide to engage in something I really don't look for that to be a long duration.
You can't bear us or the metaverse.
No, I'd like to get back into stage performance, uh, you know, back into music. I've got a lot of art that I've been doing a hell of a lot of art here lately, and there's just other projects that I would rather get into than to just deal with this shit. I'm not interested.
Mm-hmm.
When
Yeah,
I
it
was
gets boring
sick,
and redundant. The same thing over and over, right? So I get it.
yeah, when I was sick, and a couple months ago, for the couple 3 years that I was really down and on the verge of death, this was the only social interaction I had outside of nursing and in-home health, and I had a 24-hour nurse, and I freed myself of all. Well, I managed to find an alternative way to eliminate the sickness, and now there's other things I want to go do. It has nothing to do with the fucking internet.
You think a lot of people on the new age truther, they're like on internet 24/7?
I've watched some of them go from panel to panel to chat room, for up to 30 hours. I mean, literally. Divine Spirit 313. Keep track of her and see how long she goes. I mean, it's nothing for her to go 30, 35 hours.
So is panel hopping everywhere?
Certain people just can't seem to stay off of panels. They'll go from one panel to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, hours upon
Mm-hmm.
hours. And
I can't do that. I can't listen for hours and I'll listen to a little bit, but then like for me it's like watching Jerry Springer, all of them. Each and every one of them is like watching a Jerry Springer. But then I feel like a guilt. You know when you watch all those bad shit, even when
I
you're like
don't
younger and you watch Jerry
surrender to
Springer,
guilt.
Sally Raphael, all that, you feel like the same way. It's like you don't feel like you just don't feel good, right? All of these channels, there's no one special that I could see that I could learn anything from, right? For me, I
I
already know it
gave up
inside of me.
my guilt when I tried, or when I stopped trying to meet other people's expectations of courtesy. Once I eliminated that equation, the guilt went with it. I don't give a fuck, you know.
Mm-hmm.
There, what is there to be guilty about? And if you're doing something that you feel guilty about, then why do you feel guilty?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you should
Because
examine
you
that.
you, you don't care about getting money. You don't sell
No, I
any
got
kind
my
of
own.
art, any kind of thing,
No,
or you're not trying to promote yourself that people need to like more as they come in your channel. Oh, please and participate. Be social. Please be social in the chat. You don't have to say those things. People just have to naturally behave like that, right? You don't have to
right?
tell them.
And I'm not
Be
ashamed that
social. How do you
I
tell
like
somebody to be social?
Jerry Springer,
Participate.
man. Some of those fucking shows were just
That's why they
goddamn
engage in the chat
hilarious.
more
And I
than
was on
they're
it.
writing their own comments on their own channel because nobody else is writing on their comments, even on their the show that they made or video that they made. So they're writing on their own channel comments like they're the ones watching. Isn't that
And,
pathetic and desperate?
well, you would think so. Yeah, Jared, I remember Sally Jesse Raphael, but it was Ricky Lake that actually
I
got
remember
me
Sarah Jessica.
into talk shows. And then once I had Jerry Springer never bothered me to watch. That just showed me basically what Americans are. But when I got to go on there and do my own show on Springer, um, once I seen all the production behind what he's engineering, when I gave him a validated story, because I had a dungeon in my basement. I mean, me and my wife did have the girlfriend, but it was supposed to be a secret. And I let two of my friends, besides my wife, Scott Love and Jenny Schutte, they were on the show with me, and they wanted to kind of feed us a script, kind of, and I was no, we got the actual story here. We're talking the real deal, except my wife wasn't oblivious as to what was going on. She was a part of it fully. But I had a lot of fun doing it. But I think that YouTube is even a piss poor production of Jerry Springer. I mean, at least Jerry Springer was entertaining. This shit ain't even entertaining. This is just the same stupidity over and over and over, and it's not funny anymore.
It's very childish. There is no creativity or anything, no originality. No, sometimes you could call off people, but you could be like quick and just smart ass. But this is just like the most childish thing I've ever like heard even a grown man talking about. That's the thing, you know.
Well, take this into consideration, Callie. These people feel anonymous on here and untouchable. Now, whenever you're in public, the way they're acting is the way people actually think inside of their heads. When you're in general public, they just don't say it. On here,
True.
they feel that they're anonymously protected with being able to
Because
say
they know we'll
whatever.
never meet in real life in flesh, so they can do whatever they can say whatever they want, right?
Oh, I think so. They definitely think so. That's why I developed the frequency technology for panels. You know, people started getting stupid, then I would go ahead and hit like 5 megahertz and completely disrupt the entire fucking platform.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody would just start being uncomfortable, agitated, raged, and I would
Yeah,
leave
you
the
do the
panel.
opposite because a lot of the hosts will spam the chat. They'll be like oh, so like with the chat, they'll be like so wanting the chat to participate in that hate. They'll be spamming the chat and then also the
I
comment section. But I respect that you don't do that. But it's the host, the comment section and the chat section should mainly be for the audience. Maybe once in a while you can write maybe a one or two sentences, but you shouldn't be spamming like theses of things, stirring up the crowd because they're so fucking boring. That's the thing. The host thinks they're so fucking boring, so he has to stir them up to try to get them reacting to that hate that he feels towards another person, right? Even though the audience doesn't feel like that, they present it
well,
that way just from their repeated talking of that person and then also spamming their own chat room and also their comment section. So I think does it affect the algorithms if the own host is spamming their own chat and also their comments? Does it?
I don't know. I read the comments and
Because I feel
like
like
there's
the
people that I
the
appreciate
algorithms
that put
is
up
the
comments.
participation. Mm-hmm.
You know, the comment section to me is kind of a bonus. It's a reflection. And when people are exchanging um, information on there or presenting their ideal or something, I appreciate that. But if they come on there to spam, troll, or just to be agitators, then I will not hesitate to remove them.
No, but you
But
could
no,
bias the crowd. You could say, "Oh, this person is bad in this." You could put it on your own chat, and then other people engage, react to that comment that you write, and a lot of them do. They mass put stuff on their posts and stuff. Even though there's very few likes or any kind of interaction or reactions, they will put stuff on their comments so they could get some kind of reaction, and then
no, I
that
occasionally
benefits
give a
their
heart, 100, or
it,
let
it
people
boosts
know
their
that I
channel
appreciate
basically.
their
Hmm.
comments. Um, I will address them from up here on the panel if it's something that I can't type in or if I'm busy doing multitasking. But I always try
Yeah, I
and
noticed
let
you
them know
don't do that,
that.
but there's a lot of other hosts. They're just spamming. It's their writing more than the people even in the audience. It's kind of weird. Like they're trying to
Yeah, I
stir up the
just don't.
audience more, so
I
so
don't
then
go
they
to
can
other
create
people's
more
channels
hate. You
anymore.
know. Hmm.
The last channel that I was going to was Gen X Jeff, and I started when I would show up, because I guess they're freaked out. His numbers would drop. People would go, static quiet in the chat, and panelists would just drop off. And that would just be me throwing the rat blood symbol up there with the heart and the 100 to Jeff. And people would just absolutely react in an atrocious way. And I know Jeff is trying to build a platform, and he's about monetization and numbers. So I was like, after that, fuck, I got no reason to be on anybody else's fucking platform.
It's all about money and popularity. Even the ones that say, "Oh, give to a charity," like all this, it's bullshit. They want the popularity. They want the likes. They want that participation. They're pretty aggressive. They're online for like 15, 20 hours a day online, just bed rotting, sitting on their elbow, just on their bed rotting, shitting on their bucket underneath their bed and peeing, getting their Uber Eats, not going anywhere, going maybe once in a while for a daily walk, but it's just bullshit, these people. Fake ass people.
Yeah, the last couple of days I've been endeavoring and phone calls and getting a hold of my case manager, my lawyer, different other services that are cross-border services. But outside of that, I'm writing music. Or you seen? Yeah, I showed you the big diorama artwork doing in the kitchen, and just did a bunch of artwork in the bathroom.
Yeah, you live
Fuck,
in a
man.
house. A lot of these people live in a skyrise Section 8 low house income housing because they have mental disabilities, all that bullshit. So they won't show themselves. They won't even show a video live of their own where they live. They're too secretive about it.
Well, you can always use a verified channel to find out an IP address, and you can use that IP address to locate and then get a hold of their service provider, and then through their service provider, they can't hide because it goes directly to their residence.
So you think it's 100% accurate to find out is that good in finding the location?
Unless you're stealing your internet signal from your neighbors or something, or you're using your parents' internet. But if you're doing that, then you can still be located because you have to have a service provider, whether that be Frontier, Comcast, or whoever your service provider is. And
So you can find out the exact location, like 100% of someone, right?
Yeah, it's very easy done, especially if they've done something stupid like threaten you or, fucked with you, and you get a hold of YouTube if you want. They can intervene for you, or you can take the action yourself, and you can use their verified account, get a hold of their IP, use the IP as a locator to find out where that IP is registered from and through what service provider. And then through that service provider, you can find out exactly who that internet account's name is under and the address.
Will that be considered as electronic harassment? Or what is it?
Well, it all depends on whether you're being assisted by the authorities or not. To personally endeavor into that and to hack that, then you're probably violating a lot of shit. But if you're a systems administrator working for, a trace and detect security company, or you are directly involved with an investigation, then yeah, they'll track that shit down all the way to their front door and the name of the person who is on the account of the internet service.
Okay, for instance, I'm putting you on the spotlight. I'm saying if like your son passed away and they bring up all this shit, false shit about you and your son, can you report them
I done
for
did.
harassing you? And
Yeah, I done. That's what I did the day after Cage pulled his shit. Is I went after them all, and I
so you
turned
reported
over.
all that.
Yeah, I gave the time stamps, and I gave my mental health case manager access to my channel. Told him when the timelines were on the live streams, and then my lawyer. So both of them went after it. And then to be able to get the people in Canada, you have to do a cross border, and you have to exchange that information across the border and let their law enforcement take care of it over there. And then they will identify them and take measures that way. And that, especially whenever like JG threatened to send bombs to my house, and that pulls reviews threatened to put a bullet through my head, and Cage
You reported all
pulling
that.
his bullshit. Oh, you goddamn right I did. Every last fucking bit. I told him I was going to. I told Cage, do not fuck with that AI model. Well, I warned
And
him.
they do look at it as seriously, would you say?
Fuck yeah, they look at it very seriously. Damn right they do. When you're talking bombs, putting bullets in people's heads, sending people to someone's address, trying to dox them.
No, but I'm
Oh
saying
yeah,
if it's
fuck.
electronic, I'm just asking you. Maybe it's a dumb question, but I'm just saying like I've never experienced it. Like they do look at it as a serious thing, right?
Fuck yeah, man. People get in trouble all the time over their stupid fucking bullshit on social media. That's common. Fuck, man. That's absolutely common. That's why
So if
you
somebody's
have.
trolling you and they're making your name bad, like you're not, you can still report that, right?
Well, you've got to have some type of
Like evidence.
identifying marker that they threatened
Yeah, if I
your
have evidence,
safety,
people
or
on the chat talking shit, threatening, all kinds of shitty things they're talking about me,
well, see, they
abusing,
have.
bullying, I could put that and call them out on it, right?
Well,
If I have evidence
you
of it.
can address it in the chat, but you can't do anything legally unless they make a physical accusation that they're going to harm you in
Okay.
any way or dox you that could
But they're
cause
allowed to talk
harm.
shit about you, belittle you with
Yeah,
your body,
yeah.
be bullies, shame you. That
Unless
they
it
won't be
crosses the
accountable for
line
that, right?
to where there's emotional damage or psychological damage, then that's crossing the line, especially whenever you have announced and identified that you were under mental health care.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I have no sympathy for the people that, like I'll descriptively say, threw underneath of the train, like JG, you know, or knocked them off their Canadian high horse. I don't care. You know, you thought you were fucking bold enough to violate me? I was lenient, and Cage crossed the line for all of you. Now I'm liberated, and I don't give a fuck. I
Yeah, you already
don't
got the
care.
trolls. Monster saying X's. What an awful show. That was
Good.
LOL. Oh wow, Monster. But you here listening. If it's an awful show, why are you here? Go somewhere else. Click somewhere else.
I think he's. I
No
think
one's
he's
forcing.
being facetious. I
Oh,
don't think
okay.
he's. I don't think he's attacking. I think he's being
Okay.
facetious. Yeah, but I don't give a fuck. Once that I put up with over a year of the antagonization, and instead of having any type of emotional response, uh, it turned into a state of trauma to where I became indifferent and that was registered. And then by giving, this information over to the proper people that I did, now these people are going to be held responsible for, the damage they've done. Just like Cage trying to dox me. So, okay, now you want to get into my personal life? Well, I hope you have 10 years worth of records on your cannabis cultivation, and I hope you followed all the regulations, because we're working on getting that information to there's a task force over there for that. There's a federal force over there for that, but there's also there's a Royal, whatever, fuck, there's legal systems you have to go through to get charges and information from the United States to Canada. And that's where my lawyer came in. That's how I found out that there is the Canadian cannabis cultivators licensing, and there are guidelines, and there's different rules that you have to follow. And if you're selling, then that is a marketed product. So you have to have a distribution license to keep taxes and records on what you're selling. And he said he'd been doing it for 10 years. So I hope he's got 10 years worth of fucking records, and I hope he's straight up, because I told you, don't fuck with me. I was going to get real evil. Now I'm real evil. Not only in the malevolency of the ceremonial blood magic I'm using on a higher level now, but I embodied it instead of being an aspect of it. But I will hit you fucking spiritually, metaverse, and real life. You want to
What
try
do
and
you think
dox
of
me?
London's video? Are you a fan of London?
No, I don't deal with London. I
I'm not a
don't.
fan of
Me and
London.
him have.
But there was something, because there's so much shit that I was on the Sanity Machine for like a year, and there's a lot of stuff that you have to go through those 11-hour freaking live streams of his where he's being a creep to find the evidence and he found some stuff which I thought it was a bit creative what he did. But the funny thing is the Sanity Machine only shows a little bit of it, a little snip of it, where he won't show his like real, where London Man was calling him out, but he won't show the whole thing, so he won't look like a complete creep, because
Well,
he is
they
a
have.
creep to me, and very degenerated pervert. To me
They
he's
have
very, I don't even know
pro.
how I even like talk to him. I try to like when he was talking raunchy and stuff, I just try to avoid, like, not even participate, engage with him, where you don't do that with your guests, which I do respect. Even though people say you eat rat blood or whatever, you don't disrespect people like that.
No, I'm not interested in it. But there are programs. I've got one, and there's apps where you can trace down keywords in a live stream or a YouTube video, like murder, son, Satanist, and it will immediately, speed through, uh, just like adjusting the speed on your video, and it will pinpoint those trigger words, just like an algorithm. It just quickens the process, and you don't have to watch a whole bunch of shit. You can go straight to those
So it
words.
basically saves you time, right, too, which is
Yes.
good, right?
Yes.
So you don't have to waste time.
Well, it's not my time. I mean, I gave, the timestamps that I had, and just gave them, access to my channel and as many timestamps as I got, and I handed that over to him. And today I did more calls, not to the same people, but to be able to. One was take care of JG's ass for threatening to send bombs to my house, and him being a hobo train hopper, and then that
Yeah, he's just a
Fool's
useless piece of
Review.
shit, just like the Sanity Machine, who has a bunch of old women on his harem. I mean, these people are just like, you think they have a say how your stances here, your existence, so what's going to happen to you, like they're god, like they're playing, or not even god, I don't believe in god, but I'm just saying, like, they have this kind of like, no, you just live, you're a schizo, you live in a high rise building, you're a homeless hobo, and yet you have so much to say about me, right? Like, you know so much shit about me. Like, fuck you.
Well, they got to understand too that because of my music, when I started this channel, I started it as an entertainment channel because I was hosting my music here. So, whatever theatrics or what they consider to be real or what is or isn't real is speculatory because it's under the guidelines of entertainment. Until you start taking emotional shots and death threats and doxing and things like that. So I'm an entertainment channel. I
But
can
they all
go
say that.
to.
Even all of them say, "Oh, I'm the entertainment channel.
Well,
It's a
where's their
variety
entertainment?
show." But then they go so extreme, like,
Because I've got over 100 songs that I've done in my video section, and I constantly interact with my comment. I've got my favorites. You know, they're posted. Some of them are not public. Um, I do live streams, and I come from the entertainment industry. So whatever, you know. But when you take it to the point where you're talking about threatening my safety or my emotional livelihood or stability, well,
that's not
you know,
entertainment.
no, that's direct violation of everything from hate speech to terroristic threatening to harassment, intimidation. Um, Jesus, God, there was a whole list of charges and shit that my lawyer was reading. I was like, really? I was like, no shit. And yeah, you can really get fucked up on here if you go on another person's channel and start doing stupid shit.
Start spamming, yeah.
I'm the one with cat suits. Howie, do you got cat suits?
I'm
I
sure what
have,
they're talking about.
because I have my leather cat suits from with the front zipper. Leather ones from when I was performing, and then I've got the more breathable leather looking ones from when I was a performer. The leather got too hot on stage, so I went to it was kind of like a synthetic breathable leather.
These guys are there. Their mind is on the gutter, so they're thinking of like BDSM.
Well, I'm the one that was into
The BDSM.
yeah, uh, slave master, pseudomasochism. Yeah,
You just saying this is going to trigger a lot of other topics.
I don't
This is
give
going
a
to be
fuck.
content. They're taking notes right now. Axis.
Well,
They're like frantically writing notes right now. They're like, oh, this is content. They're just like, oh wow, this is like they got a freaking boner out of this.
one, glad that they're interested in my sexual endeavors.
They're listening. They're taking notes. Axis.
Well,
They're
you
watching
know,
you. There are only 20 people on their channel, but they're fucking. It's just so crazy, man. Like, do something else if you're You say you're so creative, but why watch a bunch of losers like two of us? If we're a bunch of two losers, then why listen to us, right? You already called
I
us out
suppose
many
they're.
times, so why keep repeating over and over? You have the same people watching you: the salties, the peanuts, the freaking bobbies, all of them. They're all the same people over and over. So why keep repeating it over and over to them? No one else is watching you other than them. You know,
Thank you,
pathetic.
Jared. I appreciate that, brother. Thanks for the compliment, man. I really appreciate that. Cool. Glad you enjoy it. Yeah, I had uh oh, her name's she was up here last night. We were I
Who's
gave her my
Floyd?
daughter.
Why are they asking if I'm in a cat suit? Like, that's the thing. People are so weird. Creepy.
I don't know, but if it turns you on, I mean I
It
can
doesn't turn me on.
that no, I'm talking to him. I mean, I can maybe do a show one day this week in my full cat suit with my boots and all the spikes and the whole 9 yards, and break out my cat of nine tails, and you can sit and masturbate to me. Mind you, I'll be fully clothed in a cat suit, leather. I'll even wear my leather thong underneath and tell you about it.
And latex?
Ha-
Full
oh yeah, I
latex?
like. Um, Latex is hard to keep. It's not as durable as you would think, and latex is fun, but it's not something that you want to make your fucking wardrobe out of. You know, fox leather, um, veggie leather, or actual leather, or large drapey, gothic type, medieval, or you know, anything black, and then lots of stainless steel, and just things that make me happy, man.
Yeah, it can cost a lot. I mean, those I, latex outfits and stuff. People, it is a kink, I guess.
Um, Mine was just actually it was stage wear, and that's what I felt comfortable in. I always liked that from the Runaways and early '70s group. But when I found them in solid leather and they were form fitting, and I could wear my fucking jack boots and all the fucking stainless steel, I was like, hell yeah, you know. Throw my leather jacket on over top of it. And I was ready to fucking jump on my bike and just fucking whatever. Get smashed, party, tore up, you know, jump on stage. It's just wardrobe to me. It's just my personal choice of clothes.
But do you get in character? You don't get in character when you wear the costume?
I'm always me. That's why they didn't. The only thing they had to do with me was etiquette training, because I was so overindulgent, over the top with my behavior. Now, there were several times that my artist relations and public managers, and even my the guy I considered to be my surrogate dad, had to step in and be like, "Whoa, you're gonna have to slow down a minute. You're really starting to push the limit here." So they didn't have to antagonize my behavior; it was already there. but they did edify it so that I could go to executive meetings, executive parties, and hang out with those status of people financially and had that type of recognition without looking like a total idiot. And the ballet was so that I didn't stumble over my own 2 feet on stage.
Mm-hmm.
You know, when you're dancing around with a fucking guitar, you know, it's real easy if you don't know balance and some type of dance to fucking fall on your face on stage. And that's
To focus, you
not,
can't be completely out of it. To unless you're really that good of a musician, you just play it, right?
well, that's generally towards the middle to the end of the tour is when you've done it so much that it's muscle memory
You could be
and you've
high,
done,
drunk, freaking hungover, but you still right play amazing, right?
yeah, I mean, you're going to play according to the show. And by the middle or towards the end of the tour, you're so sick of playing the same fucking songs over and over and over. And if you're excessive like I am, it just gives you a chance to overindulge and just kind of muscle memory through a show, still being entertaining and professional, but you get to enjoy yourself a hell of a lot more than recreationally.
If you enjoy yourself more, the music will be better and you make more money, right?
Well, I've had a lot of people say that, you know, some of my better performances, I was heavily under the influence. But the only problem with that is, you know, getting up the next day, you have to get up to whatever.
Redo the same thing. Yeah.
Well, no, it's going to rehearsals or doing interviews or even, you know, setting up and getting things prepared for the show. When they wake you up, they're going to make sure that you're not going to miss the fucking performance. Believe me,
Mm-hmm.
they're going to make
So even
sure
if
of
you're
it.
hungover, whatever, you have to
They got
show up, right?
medicine for that. Yeah, they keep medicine on hand for that. And then at the end of the night,
Medicine.
if
Okay.
you're not partying or you're not overindulging and trying to avoid your tour manager or your road manager, they can put you down too.
So they can even give you drugs or anything to get
Well,
you
there's
just moving and
medical health. Yeah, they have industry doctors,
I mean they
and
do that with politicians and musicians. How many musicians have we seen just stumbling high? Like Hillary and freaking Biden. They're just like freaking zombies, pumped up with all this medication. You could just see that
yeah.
they're it's not even them. Something else is moving them and making them say those things that they.
Well, there's industry doctors. I mean, you know, you're insured when you're out there. You're given physical health tests before you go on tour, so they can insure you. And then, you know, if they suggest that you might need something, or if they feel that you need something medical, you know, as far as medicine goes, they can make sure you get up and go to bed.
So it's kind of like you have a handler, not a manager, but a handler, right?
Yeah, I had a handler. Yeah,
But
I
you
had a
call
handler.
okay.
You know, and that was mostly through A&R. You know, that wasn't that was making sure that artist relationship and your ability to fulfill your contract was absolutely on point. No missing
Hmm.
shows, no fucking around, no, fuck ups when it comes to the contract. But
That's also
whatever
in
you
the
did,
contract, right?
yeah, yeah, yeah. There's a lot of wild shit involved, man. You know, these people have no idea what you have to go through stringently whenever, all these people want to talk about they want fame or they want to be, they want to
Mm-hmm.
get famous or shit. There's That's why I think that we all fall victims to drugs and alcohol and
Mm-hmm.
our own
Because
excesses
I feel like
and
your creativity
depression.
even gets lost because you're being controlled by the handler. So then
Well,
you
you only get
lose
so
because
much
you have so much
creative right.
pressure. You're on drugs. You have to, um, you know, you even if you're like not feeling, you're feeling under the weather and stuff. You still have to perform, right? You still have to be on,
Yes.
energetic, happy. You
Yeah,
have
once
to
those tour
turn it
dates
on.
are booked, yeah, once those tour dates are booked, then they've done sold the tickets for that venue. You can't just say, I'm not going to perform.
Yeah.
It don't work that way.
I was like that
You
in
know,
commission sales. I know it's different, but I had to be on. I had to play the role, like just be energetic, hype, just be in sales, just to so I could even make an income out of it. It was part of like survival.
yeah, and the
Like
record company has the final say over the creative rights and how much creative rights you're going to have. You know, they have
yeah,
people that work in the studio that spend their entire career honing and developing sound that is marketable. So you have a percentage of artistic control that's negotiated before you even sign the contract, and you have to get a music lawyer before you even sign that contract to go over the contract. So, because it's thick, it's not a thin
hmm
thing. It's not just a little piece of paper. It's a fucking damn near a small book, and it's filled with legal jargon and it's all towards the record company. That's why I said you'll make your money off of your swag, your marketing, you know, personal
but who gets
endeavors.
the most, the cut out of the pie? Who gets the most? The
Record
performer
company.
or the handler?
No, the handler is on a salary. They get paid a steady wage as an employment, like a job. The artist gets a per diem when they're touring, and then whenever it's all said and done, after taxes and expenses and damages, then whatever's left is divided amongst the band as a corporation, but not always evenly. Depends on what you as the band agreed upon as percentage rights. That's what, and they really don't appreciate um, interaction with the general public at all. They warn you of it. They tell you not to. Um, they even like family at first when you first get into touring and you're starting to develop and gain an image. They try and disassociate you from your prior life completely. They don't want you even referring to it or speaking of it or where you come from or anything of that nature.
So
You're
they're
a whole new product.
reprogramming you to their own.
Yeah, you're a product. You're their product. And they are selling your music and your identity or your personification. It's just that I didn't have to be engineered to a personification because I was already fucking over the top.
Mhm.
Sex, drugs, rock and roll, fucking leather, Satan, fuck it didn't matter. Just let's do this.
But I feel like YouTube and all of these other platforms are the same way. Even though you're not asking for money directly, being a grifter, but trying to promote your brand, your show, Like you can still make money without having people send you shekels, right?
I don't
Like
make money
YouTube
off.
pays you.
No, I don't.
No.
No. I had this channel cost me for StreamYard, internet service, electricity, and devices. Have I made a dime off of it? No. Have I invested a lot into
No, but I'm saying other
StreamYard,
people.
internet service?
I'm saying
Oh, I
other
don't
people
know.
do profit off of it without even getting, like how in the live chat
Yeah,
people give money. I'm saying
monetizing
this is
and
just through
super chat.
popularity. Just popularity, just having more views on their channel. They get paid for that. But then they brag about not asking. They're saying, oh, go to a charity and stuff. But they're actually trying to promote their brand so they can profit off of it just off of YouTube.
Well, the only people that could profit off of what I do and my content would be like Combat Records, Interscope, or any of those labels that are, cater to darker content and music. You know, I couldn't be marketed commercially
But are you
as
trying to profit out of it, or are you just doing it as an
no,
art?
no, 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 no. I'm just saying if I
Yeah.
was to endeavor into something like that, the only way they could market me would be through like uh, some type of metal record label or alternative record label or TV. Well, TVT isn't really valid anymore. It'd be nothing for Interscope
Mm-hmm.
because I'm a niche. You know, I'm sex, drugs, and Satan, man. And then I have ideals that are so far beyond, and topics that are so far beyond what would be considered commercial sellable, or even advertisers wouldn't touch this fucking channel. Advertisers would avoid me like the fucking plague. They'd be like, oh, hell no, we don't want our product associated with that.
I feel like the society is, even though they say they're not Christian, a lot of it is like Christian based. The hate and they say they're not Christian, but it's the same kind of mentality. They use the
Yeah,
same
they're
verbiage,
engineered.
team evil, all these kinds of, demons. Christians use all those, the same verbiage. So it's, you're just a Christian, even though you say you're not, you are.
Well, you got to liberate yourself from that. That's originally what being, uh, you know, your first step of waking up is realizing that you've been engineered and everything that you believed in and everything that is around you has been engineered, and you've got to break away from it and then completely disassociate yourself at one point and understand that everybody else is going to be a product of that engineering. Being awake is
Even though they think they're special, unique, the only ones here are awake, the most, enlightened. But to me, it's their ego. But they're actually behind. They're not like, you know, the ones that brag openly like that. To me, the silent ones who don't brag about it is the one that know more. The less you talk, the more you know.
that's a darker occult. I'm talking to monster down here. That's a much darker aspect of the industry that is basically ceremonial through your involvement in things, participation in uh, contract ritualistic ceremony. And no, I didn't. I did not. I have my soul. Thank you. But there is a lot of people like Tim Straley. You know, as far as I'm concerned, he made a soul contract for money and his his pursuits, and several other people that I've been around in the industry that they just sold themselves. They sold even their ethics to the industry for money and notoriety.
It's crazy. They're like doxing me in my real name and stuff. Like I just looked at the chat. Like why are they listening to us? Like get off of this. Like why? You stupid piece of. He's like a woman, like a just gossipy stalking. Like go build something. Go hang out with your girlfriend. Have a wholesome, like have her cook something for you instead of getting your Uber Eats and sitting on your elbow just on your bed rotting, you fucking piece of shit. It's just people are just so disgusting, Axis. It's just and he only has 15 people watching me. It's almost 4,000 subscribers. Why are there only 15 people watching you? If you have that many subscribers and you brag about how amazing your show is, you should have thousands of people watching you.
Well, one,
Why watch me and you? We're nothing, why spending hours just talking about me, showing my pictures and all this shit when you're a psycho, when you were so obsessed with me when I would come on the show. Kali, where are you? Kali, where did you go? Even like when he would get so creepy, I would just disconnect and he would be creeping like where the fuck I am with this stupid voice of his.
well, he's digitally addicted, so he's a digital
Mm-hmm.
junkie, and he is worshiping a digital god, and
Mm-hmm. With
he
his
is
fake
a
followers who won't even come on his live show. They won't even have him hear their own voices. That's the fucked up part. I mean, let
well.
alone, okay, don't show your face, but Salty, please come on the show. Please go to Sanity show. Have a conversation with him, man. Like, you have so much to say about me, but go on his show and have an open one-on-one conversation. I want to hear your voice, you know. That's the fucked up part. All these people, they have so much to
Well,
say and
since
they hide behind the screens. And so does
since
Sanity. He hides around his baseball hat, his fucking all that art stuff that he puts on his. He's such a materialistic, narcissistic person, fake person, like.
well, let's let them project this because I will utilize
Like this whole show, his whole
their
show tonight,
energy.
only
Well,
15
hold on,
people watching
Kelly.
is about me and you, basically. That's his show. He has
Well,
nothing else to do, this loser. The
just
loser.
just
Like he
oh,
cares so much about my relationship, where I live, how much money. I don't give a shit about you. I don't give a shit about this Canadian, what he does, who he fucks, what I'm not attracted to him, nothing, man. He
well,
is so
I'm
much
gonna
invested in us,
utilize his channel right now because I can utilize the observation, and he will be definitely utilized in tonight's ceremony,
Mm-hmm.
blood
I mean,
ritual,
the numbers
and
do say a lot. I know they're fake because most of his followers, I would say only a total of 5 or 6, and the rest are all fake. The 15, he doesn't have actual 15 million people watching because if you watch the chat, there's only 3 or 4 participating in his chat. He's the main one participating in his own chat because nobody else is participating. So he participates in his own chat. That's how pathetic he is.
well, good. I can use his channel to project this blood rite and ritual. And hey, good enough, man. He's serving Satan now, the Lord of this world, and so is his channel.
He's all
So
high
let
and
me,
mighty, rat blood. He's like a Christian. He's holy. You know, you're
I
you're
don't
like
I
a
don't care what he
Satanist.
is. Yeah, well, I do I hide that? Do I deny it? Not now. Not since April 1st.
No, but
You
he'll
know.
talk about butts. He'll show butts on the thing, boobs. You know, oh my goodness, when he looks at fucking boobs, he'll get all like fucking shaky and shivery. But that's okay. He's a holy guy, but you're a Satanist. But he's virtuous.
Yeah, I gotta grab some flame, and I'll be right back, and then we'll boot this up live. I'll turn my screen on, and he can uh he can project the energy from this, and that's good for me.
Poo poo. People are just poo pooing. Sanity Machine is a big poo pooer. He's gonna use that. He's gonna copy me using the word poo poo since he's not original. He copies from people.
Alrighty, let's put this. I'm gonna put this center way out, so that way we get full projection. There we go. Now, as we have since the first, and we will
We should call
continue.
the Sanity Machine Mr. Poo Poo. Mr. Poo Poo.
This is completely invoked by the seal of El, the dark sun, the cube, Chronos, death, uh, the devourer of time, and opposition. And this is the invocation that identifies my status as a high priest to the throne of Satan. And this endeavor is the continuation of a 28-day blood ritual. And it looks like we are at, wow, we're almost through this whole fucking book. Yeah. This is Corinthians. So that
Actually,
make sure
whoever
they can.
said the Sanity Machine looks like Rick Harrison, I do agree. I Googled it, and Rick Harrison and Sanity Machine are probably twins. Maybe they're the same person, man.
I don't know. I just don't need anybody repeating themselves and stuttering in my chat like that.
But they do have a point. I did Google, and the similarity is pretty on point.
Well, I'm not going to apply that much energy to him, but I will allow him to project this through his channel because this will amplify it. And anybody that is on his channel by proxy is directly involving themselves in a ceremonial blood ritual just by participating in this channel, and even the restreaming of it is still participation by proxy. So whatever's being invoked here is also being projected there. Make sure this is good and flammable. Yes. And we have the living blood, as we've been using, which I'm going to have to replenish that. A little bit bigger fire. I want to make sure this is a lot of projected energy, and since he's helping distribute it. Yeah. Won't be but a few, and I'll have to get another holy manuscript from a different sacred text. Let me apply the blood by intent. And if anybody paid attention to yesterday's stream, you will know that this was amped up by the four elements invoked by Saturn, the L, and the energies of malevolency that the black cube and the dark sun project into this reality. So they are.
It's for the pathetic 15 fake followers that are watching right now. From the 4,000, almost 4,000 subscribers, the 3 or 4 people who are participating, this is for them,
Well,
right? This ritual.
oh yeah, well it's not for them. They're being willing participants of it, and Stephen is definitely
And they're doxing me with
involved
my real
directly.
name. You know, they're putting my real. I don't give a shit because he won't even share his age. He won't even show his hairline, man. He covers himself with a baseball hat. You pathetic piece of old shit. You know,
Would you
it's just
like to have
pathetic.
his
These people.
information?
What's that?
Would you like to have his
Yeah,
information?
I want to know his real name because I know his real name is not what he gives out on the internet. So
Okay. Not a problem. My email is axisratblood@gmail.com, and that's just as it's spelled with the 2 T's. So drop me a email, and I'll share
okay.
some. If he wants to dox people.
Yeah, he's doxing me on the fucking chat because he's so mad and butthurt. He's so triggered just because I said one thing. He couldn't even just bypass that as a grown man and say, you know what? It's just, women talk, like sometimes they talk stuff. Like I didn't say anything that nasty about him, but he got so triggered like a little woman that he
Well, I
completely
won't dox
banned
him,
me
but I
and
will allow
turned
you to
on
have
me.
that
This little
information
woman,
because
that
that's
picture of
published
I mean, I'm not a big
information.
fan of Snafu, but that picture of him in that shower pouting, like he looks so gay with his fat little, like he has no neck, his face, his eyebrows, like he's gay as fuck, man. Like he's not an attractive straight. He's not a straight man to me. He's like a low level, just not masculine at all, just more gay.
Um, well, you know the percentage that they statistically uh, come up with for the United States and Canada was that 75% of the males in Canada and the United States have either engaged in homosexual activity or are currently engaging in homosexuality.
I believe that because he always
75%.
calls it
Isn't
porn.
that
Yeah,
fucking crazy?
that is great. I believe that because a lot his nature of how he gets triggered and angry is very feminine. It's not masculine at all.
Well, look it up. I mean, it's statistically true.
Very
There's
feminine
no,
behavior, you know.
you know,
Just sitting
that's not
online all
speculation.
day, just trolling. Yeah,
That's actual fucking fact.
doxing
So,
people publicly online. You know, it's just pathetic, man. They have nothing else, no
Seymour,
creativity to even just low level shit. You know.
yeah, you want the link? Not a problem, brother.
They want to know all my business, my boyfriend, my money, everything, but won't even show their girlfriend, their money, any. They'll just brag. This how pathetic these pieces of shit are, you know.
It's none of their fucking business.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to tell anybody or you don't want them to know, then fuck them. It's none of their fucking business. You know,
They want
and
to
if
know
they
all my
pursue,
business. Tell everyone these losers on the chat who are a bunch of fucking losers, pathetic bunch of people, you know.
well,
Like, why are they
you
even listening
can
and
get
talk?
him for
We're not
cyber
even talking
stalking.
about the pathetic piece of shit, but he's recording us, watching us, talking shit about us like a freaking high schooler, you know.
You can get him for cyber stalking. I mean, I got him on something a lot larger. You know,
So can you get
that was
somebody, like, if me and you are just talking, we're not even talking about this dipshit, and then he's stalking us, talking about us, and on the chat when he's doxing me, can I report
yeah,
that?
that's
Because
cyber
that's freaking
stalking. Yes,
pathetic, putting my real name, you piece of shit.
yeah, you can
No, I
report
have
that to
nothing to hide.
YouTube.
I haven't been a schizo. I haven't been locked up in an institution like you piece of shit. But yet you have to dox me, because fuck you. If you want to say my real name, go ahead, you know.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going, B1?
You guys talking about King Stephen?
No, we don't want to talk about it, but he's recording us and he's like a
No.
high
What
schooler
I'm
watching
asking.
us, talking shit about us. So
No,
how can we
whoa.
not talk
Hold
about it?
on.
He thinks we're talking about him,
Nah.
but he's talking about us and stalking us right now.
Hold on. I'm just asking, is that the subject? That's all.
That is the subject. Don't
No.
you see his channel? He's like
I know,
recording us right now.
he's a piece of damn dog shit.
Yeah, he's recording us right now for content for his stupid show. There's only 15 people watching him. He has 4,000 subscribers. Why are only 15 people even? There's not even 15 people, probably 3 people that are actually even watch, like real followers of his, you know.
Yeah, like, say, I didn't know who you were talking about, but I guessed you were talking about Steven. So that's what I'm.
Well, I'm doing a 28-day blood ritual, and I amped it up on the 14th, and that's what my endeavor is. And I just projecting all the malevolency and Satanism that Stephen is helping me administer throughout the airwaves and the metaverse. And yeah, he's a great contributor at this point in time to the throne of Satan.
There you go.
And he was told that. You know, that's no secret. And I just made sure that since he's streaming, that I would use his platform and him and anyone there as a resource of energy to project that blood ritual even more intensely. So thank you for being a part of the blood ritual there and
well,
you know, televised.
I didn't intend
not you.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking Steven. Yeah, he just participated in a highly satanic ritual with us. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I love when Kali says, when I say, oh my goodness. Where is Kali? Where is my Kali? That's how he would talk, the piece of shit.
Well, now he can call
He's
himself
a
a
pervert
Satanist
and a sick human being, you know. I don't
because
even say a human being. He's a sick individual. He needs to have more of his schizo pills or something. He needs to get back on that psych ward, locked up, put in
because
his
him
face.
and his channel petitioners right now at this moment all were just now involved in a satanic ritual. So you know they were serving Satan, and he can consider himself a Satanist now, and so can his chat and anybody on his channel. I mean, I told him exactly what was transpiring, so he voluntarily involved himself in a satanic ritual with his people in his chat. So it's on
He thought
him.
he could benefit and be like a little high schooler, you know.
I wonder if he's streaming you now. I bet he is because
He is streaming us right now. His whole show tonight is about us. That's how pathetic he is.
Yeah.
Well, he just
He
reached
even
the
streamed
pinnacle.
earlier, but because I was on, he had to come. Like he's always online, so he has to be. Oh, they're on. Like, dude, go hang out with your girlfriend. You're like, why are you online all the time, dude?
Well, Callie, he's now a Satanist by proxy and by practition, and so are his guests in his panel or his chat. So, they can wear that title around now. And all the people that are listening to my channel are now aware that Steven at the Sanity Machine and his chat were notified that they were going to be directly participating in a satanic ritual, blood ritual, and he continued to endeavor. So he is now a part of Satanism, and so is his chat. Thank you. You serve Satan well. And you guys can take that for what you want in the lurking section and in the chat here.
The lurkers are also a part of the ritual, right?
Yeah.
Pathetic pieces of shit.
Well, they're just, they're just Satanists now.
The poo-pooers.
By
He'll
well,
probably even
no,
he steal my word poo-poo. He'll put it on his fucking title like it's his own invention. You fucking poo-pooer, Mr. Poo-poo.
Yeah,
Machine.
see, he
You're
can't.
the Mr. Poo-poo. That's what I'm gonna call you, Mr. Poo-poo.
Yeah, he can't talk his way out of this one because he was told exactly what he was involving himself in. So,
He's the
nothing
Mr. Poo-poo, King Poo-poo.
nothing he says now can, take him away from his involvement in a satanic blood ritual. So he's allowed to identify himself as a practitioner of Satanism and a devotee to a blood ritual and a satanic blood rite. And his chat, and the lurkers here, and the people in chat, and the panelists. It's no secret. I've announced it. I didn't keep it secret at any point in time. So apparently there's a lot of people that are wanting to become Satanists. And I don't mind, if they want to become Satanists, I can use the energy and the credibility in the dark realm for bringing people into the earthly Lord's presence. I'm all about it.
I think he got scared and he's not restreaming now because we called him out. We put him on a spot. He's probably listening still, but
yeah, look,
but it don't matter.
Loser with his little.
He's a Satanist now by
Canadian
identification.
He lives in a low-income housing. He doesn't even have proper air conditioning. It's so loud. If you're wealthy and you have high-rise, your air conditioning will be silent. It'll be magnificent. It wouldn't be loud and just, if you live in low-income housing, you have that kind of, So he tells him himself all the time. He has no girlfriend or anything. He's just a loser. He's projecting on himself.
Yes, he's a projecting asshole. That's exactly what I was going to say. Right as you said it. That's fucking, that's totally what he is.
Well, he just projected for the Dark Lord of this earth and Satan, the adversary to the Creator, directly by intent, proxy, and by knowing that he was. So I consider him a fellow Satanist now. And his cat.
I see more Christian than Satanist. I feel like he has more Christian morality than being a Satanist.
Well, if he's going to participate in satanic blood rituals and rites, then
But his
you know,
morality is very Christian based when it
well,
comes
not
to
now.
judging people. His whole show is very Christian based on how he judges people. Demons, all the words, even the vocabulary that he uses is all Christian based, you know.
Well, I don't think he can stand on that now because he just participated in a satanic ritual. So I don't know. You know, I just don't see that he can continue to stand on that after his participation in this. You know, I wasn't by any shapes of the means abstract in letting people know that not only was I an aspect of the throne of Satan, that on the 13th I initiated my priesthood back into it. So by proxy of my priesthood and blood ritual, yeah, he's definitely a participant in Satanism now.
Fat piece of dog shit.
Well,
and he calls everybody else a fat piece of dog shit, so I don't mind calling him a fat piece of dog shit.
I just look for him as a another contributor to Satan's throne. He has served the Dark Lord well tonight.
I mean, he has so less people even on his chat followers than he originally did, even though it says on. So it does. I mean, I know it's biased, you know, but I feel like it shows the participants when you've been online that long.
Yeah, and anybody that wants to clip the segment of Stephen participating in a satanic blood ritual knowingly, you're welcome to. And you're welcome to distribute it all across YouTube. That's in promotion of, you know, Satan's throne. Because, you know, he got a new servant tonight. Plus, whoever was bystander in his chat participated by knowledge and in being informed. So they were willing. And yeah, please, you know, promote.
He dipped out. I think he got scared of the ritual. He cut the show quick, man. Praxis. He cut the show.
Yeah,
he got scared. Huh?
I looked at his thing, cut it off.
Yeah, he just cut it off, man.
Yeah.
He was just the whole show was all about you. He started his whole show with that banging freaking music of his.
Yeah.
And then he started off with just you, the whole show, and then after you start talking about the ritual and us saying we're watching him, he cut it. Access, he cut it quick.
Well, I thought he
Imagine that.
I thought he was a demon caster,
A little
and
stalker demon.
I thought he was in league with demons anyhow. Why would he run?
That's
Especially
what I'm saying. Why would he run?
that
He
he's a willing
there,
participant
right?
now.
And he would have his audience even participate. Why did he dip out like that?
Yeah, and you know, I do hope that people take that segment of his willing participation into a satanic ceremony and allow everyone to know that he is now by my priesthood into the throne of Satan and to the temple of Nox and the temple of Satan. Yeah,
But he's so
he is.
sneaky. Tomorrow he'll show more content. This is more This is content for him. So he'll show it on his show tomorrow because he'll have nothing else to talk about. And then he'll cut out this part, the ritual part, and the other stuff. He'll only show bits and pieces and cut off the stuff that when we're talking about him, he'll cut that out. He's very calculated
Well,
like that.
I've got it right here. I mean,
Yeah, but on his show, he'll just show bits and pieces, so then it'll make us look bad when it's actually him. It's a projection, you know.
well, there's nothing he can do now because I have it. I have it here documented. So he's just going to have to eat it. Nothing he can do about it now. Curiosity, I guess, killed the cat, but it made him a servant to Satan. And I
Without
think
him
that's
even realizing.
wonderful. No, he realized. I told him what he was getting involved in. He knew what he was involved in. I told anybody that comes to this channel is directly involved in a blood ritual. And when I amped it up on the 14th, it then became under the L, or the black sun, the black cube, the projected energy of Saturn, Satan, and I'm a high priest to the throne of Satan. So he was told, he wasn't ignorant. I told him even before I'd done everything. So he can't run from that. That's just fact. And if he did run, then obviously he doesn't have the power over demons that he says he does.
No, he doesn't.
Yeah, because he always preaches the truth, but also not being accountable for his own actions, right?
Well, he is now. So, praise Satan. Hail Lucifer.
I'm not any kind of religion fan, but I would have more faith in Satan than Jesus. And I feel like these new agers are more Christian based. Even people like Sanity Machine, the morality is very Christian based.
Well, then they don't understand Christianity, and they probably don't realize who the Lord of this world is.
Their morality and their judgment, their harsh judgment. Christians are the same way. Don't Christians talk about you the same way as he does? Don't they judge you
Generally,
the same way?
Christians avoid me
Similar.
like the fucking plague. They used to try and save my soul, or they used to try and browbeat me with their Bible and Scripture, but now that not only have I done my own studies and endeavors, but I have been educated by someone who knows the Scriptures almost as good, if not as good, as the person who, they're written after, because it's the adversary. That's his greatest weapon against the world, is Scripture. So I've been instructed well above and beyond, directly from the source of entities, and if you want to call them demons, but they're not demons in the way that Christianity has them, and the adversary, Satan, devil, Lucifer, serpent, dragon. Yeah, I'm quite versed, and no, they don't tend to go head to head with me. They avoid me, actually, because I can reveal things in that Scripture, and when you start revealing that Scripture to them and what it actually says, and not what they interpret, by means of it being a defensive and offensive weapon, then they don't stand a fucking chance, man. It scares them because they don't like to hear the reality of it. It's like I pointed out on the last couple of shows. Whosoever that believeth in the Lord may be saved. Doesn't say you will. No guarantee. It's not a promise. It says might. Look it up. And the word Lord actually means Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub. Jesus actually means to heal Zeus. There was no J in the Hebrew language. And if you look that up, you'll find that they're speaking with foreign gods' name. The ones that created the Christian state religion. I have tons of this shit, man. Satan revealed so much to me about that fucking book. It was unbelievable.
I think a lot of it's just fucking like a bunch of nonsense made by a bunch of Arabs.
Actually, it was collected information. The Old Testament was collected information from the cultures that had the Semitic people as slaves and in captivity. But the New Testament was absolutely staunch Romans, and they were the ones that, Greek, Rome, but it was Rome, Constantine II, and the Council of Nicaea that developed the first Church of Rome. And believe me, when they put that together, they knew exactly what they were doing because it was a political move. Had nothing to do with religion. Or it had everything to do with religion. Had nothing to do with salvation, as far as the state religion went. But I've been over that a couple of times in the last couple of streams, and I'm tired of fucking talking about it. That's just the reality of it, man. Like it or not.
Hey, did you guys? Sorry to change the subject. Did you guys catch that fake fucking trip to the it was these 5-6 ladies. The one was Katy Perry.
SpaceX.
And they went
don't buy that bullshit, man.
It wasn't even SpaceX. It was what's his fuck?
Oh, Bezos.
Yeah. It was so fucking obviously fucking fake. All of it. It's bullshit. And
I don't.
Like,
not interested in that fucking bullshit, man. It's all bullshit.
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, how can people be so stupid?
I don't even bother that. To me, that's too mainstream and commercial,
Yeah,
but that's just me.
Well, it is what it is. It's what people like to eat. Like, it's kind of funny to watch what people believe in, and it's stupid.
Well, they have had the ability to run propaganda against the American people since 9/11.
Oh yeah.
And they have, and there was another bill that was passed that definitely made that above and beyond legal. So once they did that, I considered everything to be propaganda at that point.
Yeah, wasn't Obama the one that set it in stone, like to use propaganda? Yeah. Fucking Obama. Piece of shit.
So why would I believe anything? If you're going to use a little propaganda, then everything you say then is propaganda.
Yeah, that's right.
So don't tell me to trust or believe in you whenever one of your tactics is propaganda. That's that's contradiction. That's bullshit. No, not interested.
A bunch of retards.
I'll stick to things that I know that are an absolute for me. You know. I don't know, Beamore. Do I come across as maybe incoherent or indirect?
No,
And
man, you're precise with what you're saying. You know
okay,
what you say, and you say it, and I hear it, brother.
I hear it too, but I think people think you're narcissistic, and I think because you bring that Satanism thing, so they don't they don't have that capacity to understand, because they've been indoctrined maybe with the Christianity and all of that stuff that they
well,
don't
their
get it.
abusive behavior towards me over
Hmm.
the past year has helped turn me
Because there's
numb,
nothing crude,
cold,
or
and
you're not crude, you're not rude to anyone from my experience talking to you.
you know.
You're not a pervert. There's no kind of thing that you've said anything, and you
Well, I
do
try to
show
be
yourself
mindful when people
360.
are on
You
my
show
panel.
yourself 360 and all. That's the thing. A lot of people say, oh, I don't want to show myself, these people are posers and stuff. Okay, but even then, you still do show yourself. If you're a poser, people, if they're a poser, they're showing themselves like a celebrity, all the good side of themselves, not. But you show the good and the bad, right?
Well, yeah, I showed my house, my artwork,
Yeah,
how
but they
dark
don't
it
show
is,
anything of theirs. They don't
the
even show their
summoning
house. Yeah.
circle, my rituals, my studio, which I will not waste on YouTube. I showed him half my house. I mean, fuck,
You
man.
show your whole body. You don't hide yourself in. I mean, you wear sunglasses sometimes, but you don't just cover yourself with like sunglasses and a ball cap. So
No, I wear the sunglasses because reading text off of three screens, it makes,
Yeah, you kind of
even
need.
with the lighting.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that without some kind
Yeah,
of shit.
I
after
like
about 2 or 3
sunglasses too, but
hours
even
of it.
like the ball cap, just wearing that is hiding your. So you're just being like a fake character, but then you judge so many people about their physical appearance and all of that, but you don't show yourself full 360. Then don't judge people. If you don't want to show your full self, you'll show half of yourself, which is not even your true self. Then don't be talking shit about people, right?
Yeah.
Don't
Well,
be
that's
calling
why I
old. You don't even say your
disassociated.
old age, but yet you have to say my name, my real age, talk about my mom, my dad, like all these things. Like, I haven't said any shit about your parents or anything, even your real name. But why come after me, my personal stuff like that, like where I live, how much money I make, who I'm dating, if I'm married, if I'm not married? It's none of your fucking business. You're not sharing your
Well,
business. Fuck
look
you.
how
I'm not
low,
even give you any of my fucking business to you.
look how
Fucking
low
piece of
Cage
shit.
set. I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah,
on the
man.
13th, Cage went so low, and he's one that never cams up or reveals himself. And when he does, it's momentarily.
But he's
But
also in sunglasses, hoodie. He looks like a little child, just trying to be wearing big man's pants, basically.
yeah, but you got to see how low he went trying to dox me, and his
I heard that,
whole,
yeah.
the whole fucking thing, man. I'm like, you are,
That's a pathetic piece of shit, They're pathetic piece of
well,
shit when they go or they bring up personal stuff about your son. You're still grieving and all that shit. Like, they don't know the details. It's the way they look at it is like black and white. There's a lot of gray area. They're not even that situation, so they don't even know. And they're gonna say, I'm
they couldn't
supporting
handle
you.
that situation.
No, it's not like about even being supporting to you. It's just part of being a good human being, just understanding, and being empathetic and understanding, because you're not in that situation and it's none of our business, first of all, right?
Well, I brought my son up in the beginning to get him some support, prayer, maybe somebody to write him a letter. I knew he was going through a hard time, and I asked people to pray for him, to maybe send him a letter of positive enforcement. And instead of doing that, they showed me that I want nothing to do with their God, them, or anything they represent. And they will definitely be held accountable, and they will suffer by the God I serve for what they've done. I originally was looking to give my son hope through other people's prayers and, you know, interaction, but they weren't capable of it. So therefore, they have absolutely solidified me taking my priestly role to the satanic throne back. Absolutely. For over a year now. Which was invoked and reinitiated on April 13th. You go back and check the stream. I even broke my my temple coin out. So it is what it is. They took all the empathy that would have ever been there and turned it into numb, indifferent, cold, and just black. And that's okay, because it serves me well now. It liberated me from having to be under any type of participation and to courtesy towards them at all.
Shit, my computer's overheating. This always happened, dude. I gotta get a new computer. This thing sucks. This fucking Deldo. This thing's a piece of shit. Is my
I don't know. Acers have always been really good to me. It's what most of my computers are. I've got several. And Acer.
Acer? How do you spell that?
Yeah. ACER.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to look.
I have several of them, and they've always. I mean, they've always been good and reliable.
Yeah, this thing is just like an old. Like I needed something quick because my good laptop, I've spilled vodka on the keyboard and it ruined it. And fucking. Then so my dad's like, all right, well, I'll get you a refurbished thing, because he was over that way to get the thing that, well, the old laptop, he was going to check on it, and the guy said, no, it's ruined. So he's like, well, I'm gonna have to get him something. So I asked him to get me something that's old and refurbished, and certainly this thing is probably, it has a CD-ROM drive in it that doesn't work, and yeah, that's old and sounds like a dildo.
Yeah, I think some of my older laptops might have a CD drive, but I've got external CD drives and terabytes. I keep everything, all the information. I got like Woody Aslan. I have a terabyte of her information, and the profiles that I have that I developed over time for frequency technology. I have a couple terabytes filled with information, and then I have a couple terabytes that are with frequency and sound engineering technology and imaging technology.
Yeah, frequencies are pretty wild, man. Like there's ones that you can get rid of mice. I had a mouse problem and these frequencies, but you have to mix it up. It's like it can't be 20,000 kilohertz, I believe it was enough, but then they get used to it. So they have these new things where they mix up the frequencies. They'll go 20,000 to 17,000 to 18,000 back to 20,000 and just mix it up randomly. And I haven't had a mouse. They're finally gone.
Well, that's why I did all the profiling on these people, taking the algorithms of their profiles down to see which frequencies affected what type of personality type, or who was affected, what range I needed, how to adjust a more broad spectrum range to cover more personality types. And now I've got it honed down to subsonic, and I can hit pretty much any personality type.
You mean like sound frequencies, or?
Yeah, on panels.
Yeah,
like
so you
if
can.
I could hit it right now, and I could drop it to maybe 5 megahertz, and we would, yeah, we would see a change in, like you're in her. I've got water in front of my speakers, and that absorbs the frequency, so I'm not subjected to it in the same way. I can just pull the headphones out, talk to you openly through the speakers, and just set the water bags up against them, and boom, I'm covered, but everybody else is affected.
Is that like a super low frequency, or?
Oh yeah, it brings on absolute irritation, aggravation. It causes just a hostile state, that argumentative and aggressive. Yeah, it's pretty intense to watch it happen.
Wow.
I used it whenever Cage brought his supposed technical website developer on the platform, and he was talking all this shit. And I told him, I said, you're getting ready to be exposed to frequency technology, and they didn't listen, and all hell broke loose. In the chat, on the panel, it was fucking crazy, and Zypher got to witness it all. I think Jared was there too. Jared Jaguar was there, but Jared wasn't affected. Zypher didn't seem to be affected, but goddamn, everybody else was fucking mad, crazy. And that, I forget which stream that was, but it's not been but about maybe 4 or 5 days ago.
You do trigger a lot of people, no doubt. Access.
Well, I use frequency to cause that, because he was talking all his bullshit and calling me a liar, and I was like, okay, you're on top of all this. You're about to be hit with frequency technology. I warned him and Cage and everybody that was in the chat, and you can go back and see them. Then I hit that fucking frequency, all hell broke loose.
Is Cage still coming down, or is he fucked off?
No, he's not allowed here.
Yeah. Fuck Cage, man. He's a liar, dude.
Well, he's why I'm doing this 28-day ritual. And on the 13th, he went above and beyond intrusive, antagonistic, to direct assault and attack. So that's when I instated the priesthood and amped up the ritual and added the elements and the invocation of the Lord of Death, or the God of Death. There's only one absolute God that you will serve, and that is death. And I expedited that by invoking Kronos, um, you know, and the devourer of time and opposition. In other words, L, Saturn. But I damn sure wasn't going to invoke that type of influence without being fully, you know, committed to being a high priest of the throne of Satan. You know, that would have been stupid on my part to have went at that without reinstating my priesthood. You know, there's a particular structure and a very strict order to that type of energy and that type of working. It's not chaotic. It's not random. It's very precise, meticulous, calculated. It's serpent wisdom. It's probably in your worst interest to invoke such things and to serve what you consider to be righteousness and all your iniquity, and then go at that type of energy and entity without being aligned with it. And then all the people that are involved in, you know, coming to this channel or even by proxy or restreaming, you know, they've been told what they're getting themselves into. I haven't withheld that from them. And so they are being utilized, you know, whether it's their energy, their observation, or through their folly or their less desired nature, and they're opening themselves up to entities and malevolent spirits, the damned, the Lord of this world. I mean, these guys are just absolutely feeding the beast.
I feel like the timing isn't perfect because I don't believe like January 1st is the new year.
It's not.
Because
but then,
the new year's after Easter, right? Or when do you say is the new year?
It's the 1st of April. My New Year is the 1st of April. But
April.
then I don't go by the Gregorian calendar. I go by a lunar calendar at 28 days. There's 13 months in my year. And the long count is the solar long count calendar and day count. And then the houses and modes of, you know, the constellations represent another point of observation of time. I don't observe this 60 base time or even the Gregorian calendar or the dates. Most of the dates that they have set in there anyhow are pagan, and they're homage to other gods than what they think, especially not Christian gods. You know, take Saturday stands for, and that's the latter half of the Hebrew Sabbath. Well, Saturday is after Saturn. Saturn is Satan, the L. Christmas, which is December 25th, was whenever the Romans celebrated Saturnalia, which was the worshiping of Saturn. And it was a week-long ceremony. And that's where they applied Christmas on that particular day. Ishtar was dedicated to Easter, I mean, they're serving pagan and Roman gods with all these particular dates. They just too stupid to do the research.
And all the holidays are basically like what's the word, like pagan kind of, like when you
Yeah,
look at all
they're the worshiping of other gods. Yeah,
exactly, yeah, exactly.
you know,
It's weird, especially
even
Christmas.
the name Saturday. I mean, by pronouncing it, you're basically invoking Saturn, the L, or Satan, and that's what Saturn was called, was the L, recognized as Kronos, the devourer of time, um, and the devourer of opposition, or the god of death. Zeus was the only one that he did not get to devour, and that became the god of the Roman Empire, which Jesus means to heal Zeus. That's what the name Jesus actually means. Lord means, Lord of the Flies, Beelzebub, or Baal. They pay lots of homage to the throne of Satan. I mean, they serve almost as devoutly as a Luciferian or someone that worships El or Saturn. You can do the research on all that if you want. It's all available. Even the name that they use, Yahweh, was a pre-Semitic god of storms and great turbulence. And Yahweh was adopted into the Semitic people. There was the El, which was Saturn worship, which is in the Star of David. It's the cube in the middle, representing the black cube. And then there was Yahweh, which they've done everything in their power to try and remove association with that original god Yahweh, which was a Canaanite god that represented a storm god. And anybody's welcome to go back, rewind all this, and check my information, and you will find that your Christianity and what you study and what comes out of your mouth and the holidays you celebrate are all worshiping other gods, namely the throne of Satan, the adversary, the accuser of God for his folly.
That makes sense because the New Year, it's even in Eastern religions like the Bengali. Yesterday it was the New Year. That's the new month for them. The celebration, a new day, a new month.
Yeah,
And they call it Bonshek, Pohela Bonshek, which is a new year for them. So it's very close to Easter.
Well, the 13th zodiac is recognized by the Naga, and they go by celestial and the heavenly body cycles. And they also understand 28-day months, and they understand the 13th zodiac, which is the serpent zodiac, which was removed from the Gregorian calendar. And the Western zodiac. But if you look in your emojis, you will find that 13th zodiac.
What is the 13th zodiac called?
Hold on. Let me pull it up here, and I'll put it out there in the chat so everybody can see that there is a 13th zodiac for those that follow a lunar calendar, such as the Semitic people of Israel. Wow. Who also have their Sabbath on Saturday, or Saturn Day, or the day of the black cube. Um, but that's on them. That's, I don't follow such pagan traditions. Give me a second here. I've got to shuffle through these damn emojis.
My battery is dying, and also I'm nodding off to sleep. So if I fall asleep, don't mind me.
Yeah, last time you did, I peacefully removed you from the stage, and
Thank you. I appreciate it.
always.
Yeah. Speaking of which, it's
always.
almost 4 a.m. here, so I gotta get skedaddled. But like, thanks for having me up, bro.
Hey, not a problem, anymore. Thanks for
Yeah,
coming up, man.
Thanks for joining the ritual, Busker.
yeah.
Right?
All right, Izzy and then Rat Blood. I'll talk to you soon, hopefully.
Yeah, have a good night.
Yeah.
See ya.
Bye. I probably might go soon too.
Well, that's fine. I got the ritual in, and I got everything I set out to do done.
Mm-hmm.
So.
And enjoyed it. Sorry, I hope I didn't get too much. I mean, I just I didn't want it to get like that, but hopefully it was a good show for you.
Callie, it's okay to show emotion, especially when somebody is trespassing on you.
And I'm allowed to speak my mind, like I just want to
Yes, you
defend
are.
myself basically. But even if I defend myself, it comes across like the way they assassinate me, my character. Like they don't know me in real life, and I wouldn't come after them. I said one little thing, but then after that they magnified it to something that is just for some 50 something year old man to be behaving like this is just, it's just very inappropriate and kind of shameful, to be behaving like this. And when I come on your show, I don't get that disrespect, so I appreciate you, Axis.
Well, I really appreciate you, Callie, for endeavoring through this with me. I mean, you have been as steadfast as any friend that I could ask for. We don't have the same alignment, but
Yeah,
shit, man, you're a hell
but
of
we
a
still
good
have to
person
respect
to
each other.
be
That's
here.
the thing. Respect each other, not like act like this kind of behavior. I would never call you out on your son or your personal shit, no matter what. Like, why would I want to do that to you? Like, what, that's very like it's a very evil way of kind of thinking of doing that. So we're all here on in the same place. You don't have to like look at all of us like black and white like that, and judge us.
There he is. There. That is the it's called the I'll pull that. Here's the sign, and that's the 13th zodiac, and the name. Oh shit! The name of the 13th zodiac. I'll get it to you here in just a second. But it's in everybody's emojis. So panic, freak out. It's O O
Is
P
that
H
after
I U
Capricorn, right?
C.
What month is that?
That would be the 13th month, but it actually shows where it should be in the zodiac alignment that I follow. It's the month before April.
So March?
Under the lunar cycle, but you can't say March because March is irrelevant. Just the zodiac symbol to represent that particular moon cycle, because there's 13 moon cycles in a year.
So it's a
So
completely
that's
different calendar than the one, because we're
yeah,
indoctrined and programmed. And that's why I even said March, because it's my programming, right?
yeah. But that doesn't apply when you're going by a lunar
Mm-hmm.
calendar.
Yeah, I
You
get
go
it.
by 28 days.
It's different. Mm-hmm.
hmm
Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
when I told you I disassociated completely, I mean I disassociated completely. And now that I'm liberated of mind and I don't have any
Participation.
obligation
Mm-hmm.
to cater to somebody else's, being courteous. I
Mm-hmm.
don't have to
Even if you're
display that.
acknowledging, you're still participating unconsciously.
Right,
Right? Yeah.
right. I'm out to, I take care of my own happiness.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
It's
not
not
out
controlled
to,
and ruled by the this calendar that they, because I already saw this. They're already selling like fall stuff right now.
yeah. Well,
They're speeding up time. They're controlling our timeline basically.
not mine. I won't allow
So
that.
if they're controlling your timeline, basically they're controlling your life, right?
Yeah. Well, they want you to set yourself to a 24-hour base 60 cycle
Mm-hmm.
segment of time.
They want you to
They want you
celebrate their
to.
celebrations, their Easters, their
Mhm.
Halloweens, whatever, all the dates, holidays.
Right, but if you start working with different entities, then you'll find that they will reveal uh, all the information that you want to liberate yourself.
Mm-hmm.
But if you stay in the realm of like the Abrahamic religions, then you're especially Christianity, then you're going to find yourself devoted to their indoctrination.
Mm-hmm.
Callie, are you gangsta? Plasma Nintendo wanted to know.
What's that?
Plasma Nintendo wanted to know if you're gangsta.
I don't know. Maybe I am. I don't know. Why are you asking
I
the
would
question?
say so. By
Maybe you think I'm being gang stalked? You believe in that?
by uh Steven's channel and
Yeah,
his
that is
his
gang stalking.
subscribers.
Sure, what he's
Yeah.
doing. Yeah, he's saying I'm stalking him. No, I'm not stalking him. He's stalking me. I just said one thing, and then I'm free to go wherever I want. And he's following me, making content out of me. When I do my live show, he's recording me, making fun of me,
Well,
mocking me. Yeah, that's gang
him and
stalking.
London both. London, he made you the uh, counter to his last social uh, video,
Hmm.
and social weirdos or whatever it is, and
Yeah, I saw some of it.
he utilized you in that. So
Yeah.
I mean, really, how intrusive is that?
Hmm. Using me for their own benefit, basically. I'm a mockery for them and their
Yeah, and it's
entertainment. Their digital fucking
drug.
dose a day, their drug, yeah.
hmm No, I don't believe she
He got
is
that
in
high.
real
He
life.
even says he get a high making fun of us, making, demon. He calls us demons, the Christian word that he uses, demons and all that shit. Gets a
Well, fuck,
high.
he's a practitioner in satanic blood magic now.
Hmm. And he
So
dipped
you
out.
know,
He dipped out quick after you started the ritual access.
he
Something must have been.
it doesn't matter. He participated in even rebroadcasting this. You know, and I explained several times what was going on.
Even if they're
So
talking shit about us on the chat, he said a lot of
he,
nasty things, doxed me on the chat, said a lot of shitty things about like my body, my age, my relationship status, all kinds of things like, but just like sickly things. And the women that are around my age also around saying the same thing, participating with him, joining in with him. That is gang stalking.
yeah. Well, now if he says anything, he's a hypocrite. If he says anything about demons or hell
Yeah.
realm or any, because
He was just disappointed. He couldn't find any more dirt on me. Like he didn't see that I was in an asylum, locked up or locked up in prison or jail, or some mental institution like him, or some kind of bad credit. I have nothing like that access. I have nothing to hide. But the thing is, they might go and even talk to my family. Like that's the extent of what I think these people will go extreme. Like
well,
how
I
they
have
went
two
after you
things
with your
that are
personal
going
business.
for me.
Hmm.
Well, they couldn't because one, I was adopted in the United States, which means that all my records before the adoption were buried. And then secondly, is I took on a corporate name as an entertainer, and that also buried everything. So the best that Cage could come up with was information that was almost 30 years old.
So he thinks he's like this big smartass, but in fact,
Yeah,
he doesn't
and that
even know.
information was from 1994 because that's whenever I was living in Fredericksburg and I owned that property there, and I was in the entertainment industry, and I had taken on a corporate name.
So he's way behind.
Oh yeah, and then half the names he named, I don't know who the fuck those people are. I had no fucking clue who he was talking about because the stream before, when he tried to dox me, I gave the names of my family and how they were the anti prophets in my life. 12 of them. And the demon that influenced them. So, I don't know what he thought he was doing by naming my family because I'd named them the day before and the demon that influenced them and their influence on my life. And he was naming names that I don't know who the fuck these people are.
Where do they
I
even
haven't used.
find this kind of information? What do you think?
He was using a people search engine, and obviously he doesn't realize that they can't update information that has been sealed or changed, such as a name change or an adoption.
Mm-hmm.
Guess he didn't think of that, but he thought of everything. And then tried to convince me I was in my mom's basement. I'm like, dude, you're reaching because I know what you're trying to do. He's just a little fucking piece of shit that's now being dealt with. And like I said,
Yeah, he's just
the
he's just a child wanting to be a grown man. He has a long way to go. That's how I look at him. He has a
well, he
lot
may
of
be
growing up
getting
to
there
do. He
through
needs to
a
just
different
shut up, sit down,
system.
just not talk much, and just chill, sit back, and just listen. That's what, to me, Cage needs to do.
Yeah, because the Canadian cannabis cultivator license and all the bylaws and guidelines, and him being a distributor for 10 years, um, yeah, I acted on that. I told him I was going to if he eliminated that fucking word model. And he did before the show was over. You know, I told him, you want to play hardball? You want to try and dox me? Well, here you go, bitch.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't hide my intent at all. Try and dox me? Well, you got to go through an adoption and a name change. And I told you not to eliminate or fuck with the word model. So by him coming on combative and trying to inflict damage upon my family and me by trying to dox us, and then eliminating the word model when that was his only saving grace. Yeah, yeah, and all the information um, has to be delivered to the Canadian cannabis cultivators. License, or it's actually anyhow. There's regulations, and I've got him on here admitting he'd been cultivating for 10 years and selling. So
Mm-hmm.
I hope all of his records are straight for the past 10 years, and I hope that he's held up to the all the stringencies that come with that.
Yeah. Plasma is asking if I'm in India. I'm not in India. I'm in America. I don't know who this Plasma character is, but yeah.
He just started coming around. He hasn't been malevolent, so I haven't bothered him.
Saying
You
I'm
know,
personally gang stalk. I mean, maybe. I mean, I don't know. I'm not. I mean, there is this big YouTube thing, gang stalking stuff. I don't follow that. I did look into it a bit, but I'm not like. I don't like think too much into it. You know, otherwise you get paranoid and shit like that. I mean, so you
yeah,
believe in gang stalking?
I control the
You're being gang
frequencies
stalked. Hmm.
in this house, and I control the frequency of lighting in this house. Um, you know, so the only time that there was any type of disruption is whenever I did the ritual last night, which I showed Cypher. My rat would not move, and it was scared to fucking death. From the time I put the ritual together to the time I performed it and after, that my rat would not move, was scared to fucking death. And I have never seen her like that
Why?
before.
What do you think
I don't know.
What did it do for it to be like
I
that?
don't I don't know. I have never seen her do that. So, you know, and
How
I
is
caught
she
it on
today?
camera. Fine.
Same or different?
Fine. She'd take food out of my mouth. She let me know she was hungry. She started beating on the bars, and you know, she woke me up for her Fruit Loop, and yeah, she's
Mm-hmm.
been fine. So I don't know what she was sensing last night.
Yeah, I didn't watch. I mean, I fall asleep early sometimes, Access. So I mean,
That's all right.
I listen to you. I just randomly showed up. I didn't even expect to be talking to you this for this long. But yeah.
Yeah, if you
Thank you
want,
for
go
having me
back
here.
and
I need to go to sleep. I really
always.
understand. Yeah. Hmm.
Yeah, Callie, get you some sleep, get you some rest, ease your mind. Um, discard these people,
Yeah.
and you know, think about the conversation me, you, and Singh had about you know understanding the process and
Hmm.
the engineering and disassociating and liberating yourself. and know
Exactly.
that
Ultimately, I have the control. Even if you're gang stalk and stuff, it is me who's the driver of my body and my mind. And nobody's going to control me and tell me that I'm going to belong here, get sealed in this hell, or any of that bullshit.
no, you're not.
Because I understand my own self and my own body. You do you, and I do me. Because I know myself,
Exactly.
and you do you. Stop pointing fingers at me. Stop telling me that I belong in hell realm just because I talk to certain people and stuff. I've moved on. And, that's the thing that is the most irritating part for me about these fucking pesky termite human beings. I call them termites because they have nothing else
They're
better to do.
parasitical. Yeah, that
Yeah.
I agree with. But see, I don't consider them even in the same classification of species that the disassociated become. You know,
Mm-hmm.
so yeah, please be you, do you, um, be self uh, identified, and fuck fuck
Yeah,
them.
fuck
They
them.
don't
They
know.
check them. Yeah.
They're celebrating pagan holidays, speaking
Mm-hmm.
the name of foreign gods, and but they're
They're
speaking.
narcissists. Talking about the fucking fragrances that all the normies buy the same fucking shit like Prada and all that shit. Like it's all pathetic. It's a stupid bullshit.
What, what do you mean by many dangerous people on the internet? Um, I have yet to encounter uh, really anything other than just a persistent uh, antagonism of my religion and my son, to the point where it is absolutely turned me indifferent, cold, and numb.
Maybe they meant about the trolls and stuff. I don't know.
Because I can be much more aggressive. You can ask Ascetic Warrior or Illumitami about that. You really pissed me off, and I'll fuck your shit up. But has anyone fucked with me or been able to? Um, I'm sure they could, but not yet. Nobody's been that intrusive or imposive. And Cage, I guess he said he worked with a fucking technical savant, and he tried to dox me, and the best he could get was to 1994, and then missed a whole bunch of fucking. I don't know who those people were, and the ones that he did identify, well, I'd done named them in the stream before, so I don't know, what you mean by many dangerous people on the internet. Don't give them shit to use against you to be dangerous to you.
Mm-hmm.
Defend yourself. That's the first stage of this technology is understand it, know what you're working with, understand how it works, and if you're going to use it, become at least a beyond layman, at least. Oh yeah, metadata. Yeah, that's pretty nasty shit. Yeah, that's what they build their algorithms on, and that's evil ass shit.
So the ones that gather information, what does that mean? Like just sneakily.
Microsoft, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all the high tech corporations, the military, the government, they all gather your information to build a database on you.
Mm-hmm. But there's nothing you can do to stop that sometimes. It's just it
Well, what are
just
they going to do? Say that he's a entertainer, a musician, a sex weirdo in the past that owned a dungeon and strip clubs, or that I'm a Satanist, or what are they? What what are you
You
what are you
heard
going
it
to
all. Like
identify?
what else are they gonna come, say what you
Right?
yeah.
So they can collect all the fucking metadata they want. It's you know it's not going to change a goddamn thing. I'm still the same freak in real life that they've got metadata on here.
That's a real entertainment because you have such a thick skin that it doesn't affect you, right?
Well, you learn that. You have
The
to
judgments and yeah.
deal with heckling when you first when you're
And I've worked
opening
in
act.
jobs too, like sales, commission sales and stuff. I've worked in very competitive jobs, even in real life jobs where they like you're dissected everything from your looks to the way you talk and everything, so and
Yeah, when
like
you
English is my second language, so I had to like train myself to play the game, I guess.
I I guess my personal lifestyle um, built my endurance, and being an opening act. Uh, the opening act usually gets heckled because they want the headliner. So a lot of people will throw puns and nasty comments and shit towards the band, and because they want to see the headliner, not the opening act.
Mhm.
And you develop a pretty thick skin because you're not allowed to react.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean that must be hard, like you're performing and then the audience is not in sync with your music. So if they're just lackluster, not going
Well,
along with
I
your,
watch.
you can tell if you're a music. I don't know. I'm not a musician, so I'm asking you. Do you ever look at the
Well, I watch.
audience to see if they're like participating with you and enjoying,
Oh
or
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. That. Yeah, absolutely. Every musician does that. But I got to watch Ted Nugent booed off stage because Kiss was the headliner, and Ted Nugent come out with his whole fucking you know white buffalo American patriot bullshit, and they booed him off fucking stage so that Kiss would uh, take it, which were the headliners, and that was the Crazy Nights tour. That was Ted Nugent and Kiss, and that was the Crazy Nights tour, and yeah, he got booed the fuck off stage, Ted Nugent,
Mhm.
for Kiss, because people wasn't
Yeah,
there
it's
to
it's
hear his
pretty
fucking
brutal.
bullshit.
People can be very brutal. I mean, it is like a almost like a Hunger Games kind of thing.
Yeah, just don't participate.
Yeah.
That's like my music. If you don't like my fucking music, don't listen to it.
Mhm.
You know, it's that easy. You don't like
It's
my
it's not it's
platform,
not like a
don't come here.
competition or anything. It's just if you're just playing the music, if you're in sync with your own, I feel like people will feel that, and you won't even need that validation from the listener or the crowd, right?
Yeah, I wrote those songs. That's why I am not in the industry. That's why I'm not dedicated to somebody else's artistic interpretation of my creation. I made that music for me. It has
Yeah.
messages, and it has different things that are significant to me. If you enjoy it, then great.
If you
Like
don't, then
Jared.
yeah, that's on. Yeah.
Yeah, because I wrote it. It has meaning to me. So they can just kiss my ass where that's concerned. If you don't like it, Don't listen. You don't like my platform? Go the fuck away.
Yeah, you're not
Really?
enforcing them or like telling them, oh, yeah. That's the thing. Nobody should be forced or um like for me, I hate being told what to do. I've always been like that. Don't tell me what to do. Even in work,
Right?
when I was at workplaces, like the one issue that's like you don't do what you like. I'm like, I don't like following rules. Even when I was in school, I did everything, and like that's just the way I am. I just didn't want to be with like the herd, everyone doing the same thing, same drawing, same kind of writing style. I just wanted to do something different, but yet they would
Well,
dog
that's
me
why
for
I
that,
chose
right?
the arts and entertainment. Is I knew I didn't want to be a drunk country roofer, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and I aspired for much better things, and I knew that I wasn't going to conform.
Mm-hmm.
So and I was fortunate enough to actually be able to make a career out of art, music, and entertainment.
Yeah. And same thing with me in sales. I was in commission sales, and I didn't like to lie. A lot of people did, and they said I have to work on my verbiage, but I made the numbers. You have to make the numbers. Sales is very competitive. If you don't make the numbers, they kick you out. I worked that job 10 years. I sold $2 million for many years, being that high pay status that they call it, just from just being honest and passionate about the product and being honest with the customer, and I sold. They appreciated that instead of lying to them. But the thing is, I
Yeah,
didn't want to
people
force them.
can.
Yeah, it is a materialistic thing. I could easily, like like maybe I would say a vulnerable housewife. She's very insecure about her body, her looks. I could say, oh yeah, you need to buy this thing, so it's gonna make you look better. You're gonna get more friends. You're gonna look attractive. I could easily like try to maneuver that in her, and she could believe that. But I didn't want to use that tactic, right? But there's a
No,
lot of
and
people who would do that. So.
I don't think that's very honorable if you was
Mm-hmm.
to go about sales off of someone's feelings of inadequacy.
Mm-hmm.
Then you realize that they see themselves with less self-esteem than what you have and confidence,
Mm-hmm.
and to utilize that against them, that's just some serious shit. Fucking trespassing there, violation
Mm-hmm.
of another human
Yeah.
for their shortcomings, which is, you know, kind of what started all this.
Yeah. Well, I have to go, Axis. I'm so sorry.
No,
But
you're fine,
I
Callie. I've got 2 more weeks. Well, actually,
wait,
not
so this is
13
halfway.
days.
We're halfway, and then we got 2 more weeks. Yeah.
I got 13 more days. Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost there. But thank you for having me,
Yes. Thank
letting
you
me
for
speak
coming.
my mind.
Yes. You're fine, Kelly. You do you. You be you. You're fine here. I'm not expecting you to bend or convert or, be you. You're all right.
Hmm.
It's okay to be you.
Thank you. I appreciate
Uh,
it.
Yeah, no, you should just be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck
You're not
him.
putting any kind of control on me, any kind. It's just, I really do appreciate it, Access. You know.
Well, know that you're very welcome here, Kelly.
Yeah. Thank you for having me here.
You're very
And
welcome.
I,
May your endeavors be fruitful and may you have a wonderful evening and may tomorrow bring many blessings your way.
same with you, Access. Have a great evening, and maybe you're gonna be on tomorrow, so I might just
Yeah.
come on. Yeah.
That's absolutely fine, Callie. And, you're more than welcome. You know that.
Thank you, Axis. And I will talk to you soon. And sleep
You
well.
have a good night. You too.
Yeah, you too. Thank
Absolutely.
you. Good night.
Night. Always a pleasure, Jack. Such a well positioned individual, man. Why I said I could see from the start that I figured she'd be able to endure this endeavor, and she has absolutely been consistent, and she has been here through this endeavor, and I believe she will be here to the very end. She just is that self-confirmed. So, thank you, Callie. Thank you for being you. Let's see. I figure been almost 5.5 hours. I got everything I think I wanted out. Didn't know that I was going to be invaded by partakers and petitioners and participants of my blood ritual by helping broadcast for the throne of Satan. But shit, you just never know. Each night's a little different. And on that, I have other endeavors. I think I'm going to do some painting on my skill modeling.
Trembling with horror and throbbing with emotion. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Welcome to hell.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed. My extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
Welcome to hell.
Have we seen the actual reality of a monstrous crime? Or merely an illusion, the product of a tortured brain? Welcome to hell.
Obsessed with the taste of flesh.
He was cruel and a sadist.
Swaying back and forth. A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip. It was all very good.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
No one had a bad trip.
The mind of man rests on a delicate balance between reality, the world of light, and the other, darker world below the threshold of consciousness.
Welcome to hell. You. Do you know that?
We're happy to have you with us tonight and hope you'll come back often.